things in character. So we can, for things like this, we'll just go over it individually. Anything you wanted to sort of discuss amongst yourselves prior to meeting with Savas. So this is sort of before your long rest, and before the meeting that we're going to officially start the session with. So what I'm going to have you do for checking out Sidon's book, his journal, so to speak, I'm going to have you roll investigation, Macy's.
Then you are okay.
I got an 18.
Okay. So going over it, it doesn't look like a language. From what you can see, it's not any specific language. It doesn't look like Dwarvish or any worldly language that you recognize. It doesn't look like Infernal or Celestial. You don't recognize the characters at all. You would identify this as like being encoded somehow.
Okay. I mean, I'm pretty sure that Otto knows that it's a code, but I'll convey that it's a code.
Did Otto
And
know that? I
that
don't think he knew
maybe
that. I think Otto just thought it was a language that he'd understand.
maybe we could show it to maybe we could maybe show it to Lazuli. Maybe it's like some kind of code that someone else in the party would know, but that I don't know the code.
All right, sure. I'll show it to them once we get together again. That was before the meeting, right?
Yes. This is still before the meeting, before your long rest.
All right.
So
I mean, we could also just show it to Belle. Like Belle should know what's in this journal, probably.
Yeah, sure. I'm gonna show them after our meeting then, once we get together.
it's okay. So you want to have held onto it and taken it on board.
I'm assuming we're not together with the whole party right now. Is it just that happened before, or are we all together?
That would have happened before you boarded the ship, or if you
Yeah.
wanted to give this to Golly, if you wanted to keep it with you, because you had like a limited amount of time, you would have basically before you left the last session, you had like a farewell with Golly and the band, and then you boarded the ship.
I probably would have forgotten that. So,
Okay.
yeah, I'm gonna keep it for now, but I can still give it to Belle.
Okay.
I'm kind of curious now.
Hold on to it for now, then, and you can address that with the meeting with Savas and Belle. Is there anything else that anybody else wanted to go over with other members of the party before meeting with Savas?
We're on the ship now, yeah?
Yeah, you're on the ship. You had sort of that brief interaction with Savas, where you finally got the introduction of that hooded character, the mysterious first mate from the Theros. And
I would like
you sort of
to
dispersed. He told you guys to rest, collect yourselves, collect your thoughts, and then in the morning, you would have had a meeting. So you're on board the ship prior to your rest, as you're about to sort of all turn in and get a much needed rest after all the situations that you encountered in the prison and the Phalanx Fortress and just Neolanthan as a whole. So you've got a little bit of time now to collect yourselves, get your thoughts together before this meeting. But you are at sea.
I would like to speak with Dead Rose in private.
Okay. So Dead Rose himself, the ship itself isn't that big. Let me give you an Sylvie. I'm going to give you an image of the type of ship this is. Dropped it into the tabletop chat if Discord will stop being shitty.
Never.
It's just like frozen with the.
Yeah, when I tried to look up my issue, the internet was like, "Oh, try like completely reinstalling everything." I'm like, I'll just deal with it for now.
I mean, at least Discord's pretty easy to uninstall and reinstall.
Yeah.
Okay, it's still decent sized.
Yeah, it's a smaller size vessel. It's not nearly as big as the Thesaurus. It's like, you know, a 50th of what the size of the Thesaurus is. But you've still got
Yes.
some deck space and so forth, and there's some lower deck space and enough room for you guys to have private quarters. When you find Dead Rose, he is up on the upper decks of the ship, towards the rear, sort of staring out at the water.
And who else is around?
Nobody else is around at the moment. It's just you and Dead Rose.
Okay. Yeah, so I would
Let me.
approach him.
I'm going to remind you guys as well. So, because we only briefly met these characters at the end of last session, the captain of this vessel, his name was Iskelos Pry. That's this guy here. I'm going to give his name for you as well. I don't like what our last game was. What, 2 weeks ago, technically, prior to one shots for this.
Yeah, what information on this guy were we given?
He's just the captain of this vessel. He's a friend of Savas's,
Okay.
and he's going to be leading you into reacquiring the Thesaurus. The information that you had exchanged with Savas at the end of the last session, while being a lot, a quick summary of your future task is to, you know, either agree to join him in his crusade, or not, basically. But where you're heading right now is to the Thesaurus, which is trapped somewhere in the Dekra Isles, surrounded by storms, and it's been unapproachable. It's just been spotted. Anybody that's tried to reach it has been able to get through the storm to get access to it. But some sailors have just spotted it visible amidst the chaos of what's going on out there. Savas is on a mission to reacquire the Thesaurus. And then also Sad Ted, the kind of an asshole little monkey.
Hmm.
So they're like the proprietors of this vessel. You don't really know much about him. You only just met him. He introduced himself. He introduced Ted and let you guys aboard. But you haven't interacted with him very much. Aside from that, there's just a very small crew of individuals that work for Iskelos. And then Savas is on board with the first mate character. But you actually haven't got a name for yet.
Correct.
Okay. So yeah, yep, Dead Rose is just hanging out. How would you like to interact with Dead Rose?
Yeah, so approach Dead Rose and just again say that I'm relieved that he genuinely did make it out of there and back into Nealanton.
He turns around again. His face is pretty blank. You know, he expresses as much emotion as he can with dark husks for eyes and the bulb of a rose for a head. But you sort of make out a bit of a sadness to him. He looks at you and responds, "Yes, I had a bit of a terrible time, but I'm glad that I was able to locate you all before you met an untimely fate."
A terrible time. Are you willing to elaborate?
Well, I never quite got used to my new form, and he sort of looks himself over. And outside of that room where you found me aboard the Thesaurus, I've really not had much experience in the world. Being this, again, sort of looks himself over. So it was quite difficult to get around, but I was able to be stealthy enough to hide, keep out of view, and inevitably locate who I needed to locate to help me.
That in and of itself doesn't sound terrible, though.
Well, I was mostly hiding in the mud and the muck for several days.
Okay, that would be more terrible, yes. But hopefully it's better than the alternative of being stuck in that realm with that giantess.
For a moment, when I woke up on the beach, I was terrified. I didn't know where I was or if any of you were even around. But fortunately, you made quite the commotion pretty early on, and I heard the guards asking for your whereabouts.
Yeah, things got out of hand quickly, but we've ultimately ended up somewhere I think we wanted to be. I do have to ask, since you've found Savas, how much have you told him of our experience?
I've told him nothing so far, just that I encountered you in the world below.
I don't feel good about what happened and the conditions on which we got out of there.
Why not?
I'm not in the business of selling people out.
It was as much my choice as anybody else's. I had a plan. I didn't have any opportunity to inform any of you. So that's more the fault of the situation than anything else.
Yes, but it was still a conscious choice. So I apologize.
I don't hold it against you at all.
And what do you think of Savas now?
He's different than I remember him. I believe the Savas I encountered was before this apparent split. I don't know how many years it's been, honestly. I don't know how long I was locked away below. But he's changed.
For the better.
Hard to say. I didn't expect to find him, I'll tell you that. And when I did see him, I at first almost wanted to kill him. But I
Well,
looked in his eyes and something's different.
was he the one that did this to you?
Not necessarily.
But he had some hand in it.
I'd say he was there. I don't believe he had a hand in it at all. I believe he had his own goals and objectives, and we were all subject to the whims of more powerful individuals.
I see. Do you plan to accompany him on this mission he has?
I do. I believe if there's any chance I have of retaining my old form, I have to go back into the underworld and seek out whatever fate lies there.
I hope it works.
Well, I suppose I'll either be destroyed or find success.
Very extreme options, but that does seem to be the culmination of many things recently.
What is your decision? Will you join him?
I need more information first on why he did what he did. I don't believe that you were around for it, but he sacrificed a great many people. We need to
Your
know why.
your crew.
Yes.
I'll say I don't know if he's capable of remorse or sadness at this point, but he seems very fixed on his goals at the moment, and they seem very important to him on a rather large scale.
All the same, we'll ask.
Well, I hope you get the answers you're looking for.
I do too.
Have you thought about what you'll do if you don't like his answers?
Yes. I suppose the giantess will come into play at that point.
Do you intend on honoring your agreement?
If I like his answers, there's potentially a way around it to still fulfill the agreement without fulfilling it in spirit.
Well, be careful whatever you choose to do. I don't know how powerful she is particularly, but her master is a god. If she's to be believed.
Yes, well, Savas is apparently on his way to kill one, so we might have some power on our side.
I hope so.
And that is all I have for him.
Okay. So you want to just sort of leave him where he is and return?
Yeah.
Okay. He nods to you and he goes back to sort of just gazing out at the water. Any other interactions with each other or with anybody else before you rest?
No.
Okay. Ashi?
No. We can rest.
Otto?
No.
Okay. And Miasis.
We good.
All right. So you all return to your quarters. You have a much needed rest for the full cycle. So give yourselves a full rest. Restore your HP, restore your spell slots. And when you awaken, the sun's come up. You can feel the ship in pretty good motion, so the winds are strong. You've been at sea for the better part of half a day at this point. You're not really sure how long the journey is. You haven't acquired any of that information yet, but you know that you're to gather and meet Savas in that same captain's quarters that he had brought you into earlier. Before the meeting, does anybody else want to check anything out around the ship, or would you all like to just go straight to and converse with Savas?
I mean, what's happening on the ship as we wake up and start moving?
You want to move it to the main deck?
Yeah.
Okay. So up on the main deck, Iskelos is there with Sad Ted. They seem to be just at the wheel, maintaining the ship. He notes you and nods as you all rise. Have you all risen together and moved out onto the deck as a party?
Yes.
Yes.
At least I am with the party.
Sure.
Okay. Otto, you too?
Yes.
Okay. Yep, so he notes you all and he nods. Continues, just got his eyes out on the horizon. There's a very small crew, so there's only 2 or 3 crew members moving about on this ship. Seems to be run pretty well. They're busy, they don't really acknowledge you. The doors to Savas's chamber are open, though.
I'll approach.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anybody want to meander around on deck, or you want to go right to Savas?
I'm gonna
I'll
go with the
explore the deck.
Okay.
Yeah, I would also like to check out the deck first before we go.
Okay. So Harmony and Miasis.
I mean, if we're all planning on going in there as a group, I can wait until like we look around the deck.
Do you want to join them, or do you want to wait at the?
Yeah, I'll join them.
Okay. And then Otto and Lazuli, you guys just want to hang out, or do you want to join in wandering about the deck?
We can join.
Sure.
Okay. So we'll do just a general move. You want to just explore the top deck?
That's like the one that's open to the air.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, there isn't much else to this ship. There's a couple lower decks. The lowest deck you've noted is mostly for storage, things like that. Again, there's a very limited crew, so there's not a whole lot of space for anybody additional. They've got several guest quarters. I'd say everybody roll an investigation for me.
11.
I got a solid 4.
Perfect.
I got a natural 1.
I got a 7.
It took me that entire time to get my dice out of its thing. I
Wait,
got a 8.
Wow.
We're doing
I-
great this morning.
Killing
Guys,
it,
we
guys.
see the boat.
Indeed,
Can't believe
exist.
an 11 was the highest.
I got the lucky feat as a racial trait, so can I re-roll
Yes.
that?
Yes.
I just realized that.
Good thing to realize.
Okay, it's a 7 this time. 12.
Cool. All right.
12.
Hey, 12 is better than a 1.
It's definitely better
Yep.
than a nat 1. I might have just like knocked you overboard.
Yeah, you see?
The auto leans too far over the side of the deck. The party hears a splash. Very small splash. He's quite tiny. So with your rolls, wandering around the deck, again, you know below deck is mostly storage. You see a lot of different products and things like that, but for the most part, it doesn't seem like he's a merchant of any kind. Just everything aboard this ship is designed to feed the crew and to feed any passengers. You get the idea that he's some sort of courier, Eskelos. You don't really find anything that connects him to Savas specifically. He has his own chambers. The doors are locked shut. They're up towards the front of the ship on the top deck. Look to be very tiny, very kept apart. You notice that he's likely in there only while Savas is on board, and he's given Savas the larger captain's quarters. So he obviously has some level of respect for Savas, and they go a ways back a bit. You get the sense that if Savas was just a regular old passenger, he wouldn't be in that captain's chamber at the moment. But also Savas is just such a legendary figure. You know, maybe he was afforded some additional courtesies here. You don't really notice anything else aboard the top deck. The weather's pretty clear right now. You're just surrounded by open water. Nothing else in sight. And then Otto and Lazuli, I'd say you noticed there's 3 additional crew members that you spotted so far. They don't notice you at all, or maybe if they notice you, they just don't care to interact with you. They don't make eye contact. They don't, even so much as look at you. They just go about their tasks above deck, and a couple of them move down below as you're exploring, but nothing remarkable. So would you all like to now move up to your meeting with Savas? Or do you have questions about what you've discovered?
Doesn't seem like we discovered much. Do we want to have a discussion before we go and talk to Savas, or?
Yeah, do you want to sort of just randomly question him, or do you want to go about it a certain way?
Yeah, maybe we should chat beforehand. Either going to a quiet section of the deck, or if there's, I don't know how the private quarters were set up.
They're all individual, but there's plenty of areas on the deck of the ship that you can sort of just seclude yourselves. Again, the crew is very light. 2 of them have gone down. There's only 1 still above deck, so you can just seclude yourself away from that one individual and start your discussion.
Yeah, let's go somewhere a little bit secluded and have a little chat.
Sounds good to me.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, you find a nice quiet area. I'd say towards the back of the ship. You're a couple hundred feet from where you can see Eskelos at the wheel, but nobody else seems to be in the area.
All right. So we've found Savas. We have a few conflicting interests
I found Savas.
at this point. I think Savas found us, to be fair.
I found him.
People have any
continue.
thoughts? Any thoughts immediately off the bat about finding Keranos and killing him?
I don't really care about the gods. Savas says it's to save his daughter. I'm willing to hear him out. I don't particularly care if I'm going up against a god or not. I don't have any ties to the gods.
Same. It's more of the is it an impossible feat that he's going after?
And how much do we want to risk ourselves for that allegiance? But
Exactly.
He does owe us an explanation as to what happened on the Tizera, and to, well, he's a new, old first mate.
yes, I'd like to know what happened to Zane.
He didn't seem himself back then. Did he ever talk to you, Harmony, about what happened there
What happened where?
on the Ticeres? When, well, you said you found him. Did he say something about that?
No.
We can ask
Honest-
him.
Honestly, he didn't.
Yeah, we should ask him then.
Yeah. So no one has any strong feelings about going up against a god. I'll say that Harmony and I have a vested interest in something else with him.
Nah, I don't care if I live or die.
Well, this is once you die, what happens next?
I go become besties with a god.
Yeah, that's potentially an outcome.
That's a weird word to explain slavery, but
Besties.
Besties.
Yeah, what is like out of character question,
Mhm.
like what do we know in terms of like what happens when you die in this realm? And this I mean, like we saw what happened to some people, but is that like what is generally believed or
So, I mean, being like having been in the underworld, you have a little bit more of a first-hand experience than most creatures in Theros itself. But
like
from
is
what
there like a heaven or is there just
there is the
like
underworld. Erebos is the god of the dead. So once you die, your soul is then the property of Erebos. Your soul is ferried down into the underworld, and you're presented to a boatman who will then guide your soul on its journey to wherever it is believed you should be placed, which is generally based on the activities that you took in your life. So things you've done, whether or not you died heroically in battle, or if you died a coward's death, or anything that you might have completed. If you were a liar, or a scoundrel, or murderer, or if you were a hero and you saved people, you were a good person, that kind of thing. The certain gods might take your soul to their realms as well. But yeah, it's split up between some of the realms. Like you saw a couple of them. You also saw the lands of Nyx, which are not really in the underworld, but more of a god realm. So
and
Narono,
the
for instance, Narono is sort of a lost place. People, or should say, souls that end up in Narono are usually lost of memory. Sailors lost at sea, that kind of thing. There's realms for, I guess, I don't want to get into meta level knowledge, but Glassy knows a little bit about a couple of the other realms in the underworld, uh,
Mm-hmm.
of those who end up in different places. But it's really just it's dependent on what you did in your life and how you played out and how your death played out and so forth.
okay, so the the woman that we made the agreement with, her the person that she works for is this god or that's a different god?
No, that is a different god.
God.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
So
that's Krufix,
That's
who is
Krufix.
the
Yes.
god of borders and time and kind of the in between.
yeah, so where you were when that happened was the Tovian Fields. The Tovian Fields are a god realm, so they're not technically the underworld. Uh, it's sort of an area that Heliod and Mogus have created for themselves to wage this endless war.
Okay.
Krufix, being who is technically the god of like mysteries and horizons, the passage of time. Krufix has a lot of roles, but has taken it on himself to surround that realm with his own power and his own domain to keep their battle contained. So that's your deal. Technically, was with an emissary of Krufix, is how she
Okay.
described herself.
So from like what like we would know in game is that like at the moment we're not like immediately like set up for like eternal damnation or whatever not. But if we go after a god, that might be another story.
Well, so several of you have already tipped the balance between god interactions. Harmony,
Oh.
did you ever reveal to the rest of the party your interaction with Keranos in their very first session?
Nope.
So yeah, so you don't know that Harmony technically has had an interaction with Keranos. So there might be some god level interaction there. Otto himself literally pissed off the god of slaughter, Mogus.
But would the god of slaughter like really have like when you die, would that really make a big difference in like your I'm just trying to figure out where like Ashi's stance on like the whole like killing a god thing are. Like is that
So technically, you know that you had ended up in the underworld, and that you've now encountered a priestess of Erebos who claims your souls belong to him, and he's seeking you out, and basically has have her and at least Galen Desma, who now appears to be an emissary of Erebos as well, hunting you to return your souls to the underworld.
at the point where maybe we should be we're trying to go after the wrong
Um,
god?
Does that if does that mean we died?
Question mark. You're not
I
sure.
don't actually know.
Yeah, you're not sure. Uh, I'd say based on the interactions you have, you know that you ended up in the underworld somehow, right? Like after our first session, Keranos, what he had appeared to be Keranos, opened up that sort of whirlpool like portal that sucked you down into Norano, and you woke up down there. So you don't know necessarily if you died, or if your soul ended up there by ulterior means, be it the power of Keranos.
And who's the god that Lazuli made a deal with?
That would be Krufix.
Krufix.
Sorry, who?
Krufix. I will.
Oh, okay.
Here, I can give you some information because you would have had some just general worldly information. That's Krufix. I believe I have some artwork for you as well representing. Here we go. That's probably a good shot for you. So that's Krufix. The gods themselves, they have limited interaction with each other. Most of them hate each other, despise each other. A lot of this is just like myth and legend. You know, X god pissed off X other god. Y god got involved because they were defending other god, and then it's they hold each other in different means depending on their relationships with each other. But most of the time, the interactions of these gods affect the mortal realm in different ways. You know, obviously, if somebody pisses off Keranos, he say like Nylea would be the god of generally who maintains the woods around Setessa, god of the hunt. Say Nylea, it's in some level, on some god level, in a god realm, pissed off Keranos, and Keranos decided to retaliate against Nylea, he might throw massive storms at that realm. So that could be like an influence and effect on humanity. But for the most part, a lot of their interactions take place outside the scope of what would be the mortal realm, and it happens, and nobody has any idea that it's happening. So Erebos has power and delegation over the underworld itself. If he were to try and reach out and acquire you, he wouldn't really have the power to do so. Like, he wouldn't be able to just manifest himself, take your souls, and drag you back down to the underworld, because he's sort of, no longer being in the underworld and back in the realms of Theros. He might not have the power to come and get you, and that's why he sends his emissaries to do that work for him and bring you back to the realm where he has that power. But delving back into the underworld, which is something that you believe Savas wants you to do, because he's expressed a need to remerge himself. If you remember those portions of the conversation, I don't know what you recall or don't recall from the VODs now. But that can all be something you explore in this conversation that we're heading into anyway. But yeah, there's a number of gods that you've. It's what the list is at 4 technically. I believe it's Erebos, Keranos, Mogus, and Krufix.
Yep.
That you've
Making
at least
enemies everywhere.
you've either treated with, are apparently supposed to kill, or supposed to return somebody to them, or yeah, there's a lot going on there. So that's all something that you all need to think about individually, and how it might affect you. The idea of going up against a god alone is probably something that is unsettling for anybody in the least. But you know that Savas is a demigod, if you're to believe the stories that you've been told.
Yeah, it's like the whole thing. It's like going up against it extremely unsettling, but if anybody would be able to potentially go up against it, he would be a candidate for that.
Yeah,
Right.
so that's kind of like how, just to explain Macy's, process, thinking process. Like he Savas wouldn't be doing this if he thought it was a suicide mission, because
Yeah.
to Miaces, that's not the kind of person that Savas is. Which is why Miaces is okay with going along with it. But of course, like, everyone has their own like little deals and stuff with the gods that, yeah, there's a lot of them.
There's a lot of layers to this onion.
Sure are.
I'd say, from a DM perspective, the information that I'll give you, because this is going to be like a major turning point heading towards the conclusion of this little mini campaign for us, right? So you're gonna have to make some important decisions here, and the interactions of this conversation and the information that you gain from this as well is going to impact the outcomes for everybody very explicitly, and it's going to be really important. So I want you to have all the information. So I'd say there are things that are going to be revealed in the conversation that you have with Savas that might change your opinions as well, and that'll sort of like, I'm going to want you guys to decide that at point of impact, so to speak, because a lot of it is very important and related to your fates individually, and why you are where you are, and why specifically it's you, and not some other random head on that crew, right? Because there's a lot of other, like, much more prominent individuals on that ship, who have bigger names and bigger histories and so forth. So there's going to be a bit revealed about that, and about why it is your group specifically that's ending up in this situation. I'd say also take into account your interactions with these gods, and the fact that you have been into the underworld now. That question of did we die or not is something that should be a thing that your characters think about and go over, because that's going to affect the rest of your lives. And that would be, if you put yourself in the mind of somebody who exists, in this mythological like setting where you believe there's an underworld, and that's where your eternity is going to take place, after your limited life here on Theros. Your interactions with that are going to be very important, right? Because now you're thinking, man, okay, if I just ignore this and walk away from it, what's going to happen to my soul? Am I going to be hunted by Erebos for the rest of my life. And then when I die, like, how's that going to affect me? If
Yeah,
he
that's
catches me or not.
exactly what I was asking questions about the gods about.
Yeah. So that's all very important. And that's another thing to think about as far as influence, whether or not you want to pursue interaction with any of these other gods, because there, you would be thinking of, all right, how can I save myself from this? One, if I'm already in this situation and I'm already doomed to some level of fate, like how do I want to go out? And if I'm already dead and my soul is already cursed of the underworld, and what do I want to do there? Like, what's my next step? That's something that you can ask him as well. The other thing that you're going to want to worry about is, okay, Erebos is hunting me. Do I want to go back uh, into his realm where he has power, over my soul? And I'm no longer like under the radar at this point. You know that you're being hunted by his emissaries. So that's something
Yeah.
that you're going to want to have as a point. I hope you're all writing things down as I'm saying this, so you don't forget it by the time we get into this conversation. I'd say you have your personal ties as well. Obviously, like Miasis has this Galen Desma thing going down that is impactful to you in the future. That's something that you're going to want to address. If you have any personal relationships with other crew members in the Theros from that first session that you want to sort of get through and ask questions about and figure out, what happened to these people, and how much responsibility you want to put on Savas for their fates, be it known or unknown at this point. If you can gather any more information about that. Zane Farrow and the interaction that he had, his disappearance is an important thing that you would be on your minds because several of you knew him and interacted with him. And aside from that, it's going to be personal character perspective, your personal reasons for going into a situation like this. You're already here, so walking away is like a thing that has its own repercussions as well. I'd say aside from that, just think about what you want to ask him, because he's got some information. Obviously, he's apparently been around for a very long time. You don't know exactly how long, but having interacted with what you have in the underworld and heard the stories that you have about him that are apparently firsthand knowledge or experience, you know that he's been around for a very long time. So he might have some information or answers to you about the fate of your souls, or what you can seek in the future to assist yourselves.
He
Aside
does
from that,
have a track record of escaping fate.
yeah,
So
yep. So he might have some information for you there. And the last thing that I'll say is you're going to have to make the choice of whether or not you want to support him or give him up, basically, is what the situation that you sort of put yourselves in. Harmony, you might have a third layer of choice to make there as well, based on your interactions with Keranos and the request about this other mysterious individual who you haven't had any information about yet.
I also want to pipe in and say that maybe, just maybe, we should ask Savas about some certain cursed objects that were on board the Theros, Maybe. Might be a good idea.
Yeah, so I think I'm going to leave you guys there. So now you can continue your discussion with a little more information and set yourselves up for how you want to have this meeting. Unless you
Before
have
we
any
go,
questions from me.
Before we go, and I'm gonna hand out the notebook from Sidon to Lazuli. Can you decipher this? This was from Sidon.
I'll take the notebook and take a peek. Do I recognize anything?
I'd say right off the bat, you recognize it as what you'd think it is, if you're on the same level as me here.
Yeah, I am.
It's not specifically one that you can decode right off the bat. You'd have to sit down with it and take some time. But looking at this, you can assume that Sidon was a member of your organization. At what level, you're not sure. With this journal being written the way it is, it's not something that a member of your organization would generally keep. Like, keeping records is not something that's emphasized.
Yeah.
So you get the immediate idea that it's very important on some level, and the fact that it was encoded like this likely means it was meant for somebody else to see. But it's absolutely something that you're gonna have to sit down with and take some time to decode.
Yeah. Yes. I don't know what it says, but I know it. Sidon was a part of the same organization that I am. I couldn't tell you much more than that. Everything is kept incredibly separate for everyone's safety. But would it be all right if I held on to this and took some time later with it?
Sure.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And I shall keep that.
Anything else you'd like to discuss amongst each other? I'd say if you have anything to settle as well between characters at this point, now's the time.
Since Harmony wasn't there for any of the Galen fight, I want to tell Harmony that Galen had the same kind of dark tendrils that Agony did.
Were they the same?
Wasn't Harmony the one who killed Galen?
No, Miasis was, technically.
Well,
No, I did it.
There was
Harmony...
you took an assist, but Miasis was the one in his face throwing the blows for the most part.
No,
Yeah, but
I think
I killed him though.
I think
It's just
Snow
still
means like
killing.
this last session.
Oh, the last one, yeah.
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 I'm pretty sure they were the same. Weren't they described as the same kind of dark tendrils things?
Similar looking, for sure.
Well, I mean,
Then
I
yeah.
had hit him on the boat.
Well, we know
No,
for
I'm
sure that
talking
Galen
about-
is an emissary of Erebos. So Erebos
So we
is
get
the
off
one
my deck.
granting Galen this power. The question then would be continuing that through of if Agony has some kind of relationship with Erebos.
Okay. Am I misremembering that the tendrils seem to come from a specific object and not like he couldn't just like fire them out of like his hand?
He wasn't using
Or-
anything like that. No, he didn't use anything like that against you.
Yeah, isn't the thing that I remember that he like slammed something down on the ground?
His sword, or was it a shield?
It was a
I
shield.
think it was a shield, right?
It was a
Yeah.
shield.
Okay. And then he did have his other like spectral power, which like prevented him from taking most of the damage that we were trying to deal to him. So
Where he sort of stepped outside of himself and became a little more of an ethereal.
yeah, that part.
Okay, but the
I'm-
shield was specifically reminiscent of Agony.
Yes, I
You
think
think-
so.
I'd
think
say-
that's what I'm remembering.
I'd say in the heat of combat and everything, what you can identify and recall at this point is that you definitely got a sense that there was a relation between things that he was doing and his image and the form that Agony takes when it sort of latches onto Harmony's arm.
And it was
Okay,
seems
cool.
to be from the base of the shield that he was using.
You wouldn't have been able to tell specifically.
Yeah, so but I am gonna tell Harmony that like he was doing things that it seemed like Agony can do for Harmony.
So all I'm hearing is I can become a god.
Uh,
I mean, Galen certainly isn't a god.
You're right,
He's
I
being
killed him.
controlled by one.
Nah. I can become a god.
I mean, that's not outside of the realm of possibilities. Mortals have become gods before. It's just a matter of what way you want to go about it.
go to a library and get How to Become a God for Dummies.
You know? If that existed, Harmony would.
I'm sure somebody's written something along those lines. It's probably very expensive and comes with a membership package.
Yeah. Just follow this easy 10-step program to become a god.
There are plenty of cults in Theros.
This conversation's been good. I've gotten notes for things I need to ask Savas.
Oh,
Should we go?
let's. Yeah,
I'd
it sounds
say
like we're at a place where if his answers are satisfactory, we're not against helping him.
Exactly.
say
I am open to the idea of helping him, but I need more information.
each one of you should be clear about your perspective at this point, so you don't go in there arguing with each other.
That's true.
So I think step into your characters and be clear about how you feel about what's happened and how comfortable you are making, the possible decisions that you're going to be faced with here. If that makes sense.
So he's
Oh.
asking us to go after the Storm God to help him kill the Storm God.
Yes.
I have no ties to the Storm God, either negative or positive. I am more interested in how doing this would affect us and if there is anything along the way or favors that we could ask in return that would help us out getting out of our current situation.
Yes.
Like, if we agree to go help him on this, what do we get out of it, kind of thing.
So I guess the next question here is if there's some morally reprehensible reason that is the base of this, is there any vehement opposition to us fulfilling the contract that we made?
It would depend on the reason.
Yeah, if it turns out
I
that
personally can't think of a very I can't think that he would be doing this for, a morally reprehensible reason. But if he were, it would depend
yes,
on
if
the
if it
reason
is,
for me.
yeah, I was gonna say if it's completely morally incomprehensible or just awful, then yes, I am
Yeah. So I guess
willing to go
that's
through
not
with
the
that.
right way to approach it. Let
I
me
mean, isn't
rephrase.
he technically going to go kill his father, who is in turn holding his daughter captive?
That is
That
what
is
we
That's what we
get
were
exactly
so
it.
told,
far.
yes.
And
And we have
with
no valid
that,
proof of that, though.
Yeah.
correct. But with that being the reason, say he said, I was perfectly fine sacrificing every single soul that was on the Theros to make this happen. Are you okay with that?
No, we were on the Theros and we would have been sacrificed as well. And no, I'm not okay with that. And if it turns out that we were the only reason that we escaped that sacrificing is that we just happened to find a way out, that's an area that puts it into a problem zone.
I'm personally struggling with this currently. We got out, so I don't care too much if we were meant to be sacrifices personally because we got out and we were fine. But all of the people and all of the friends on the Theros, were meant to be sacrifices. But
Well, so for Harmony,
It's-
oh, sorry, continue. I didn't
no.
realize you were.
go ahead, because I'm still like actually struggling and parsing in my brain to how Miasis feels right now.
Okay, so like for Harmony, she has absolutely no reason to go kill a god and save a daughter. Like there is no valid reason for her to do so because it doesn't give her any sort of benefit. Her main benefit is to turn in Savas or kill the black
So you're
caped dude.
saying this out of character. So like you have your own reasons. How much are you revealing to the party? Like step into Harmonies and speak as Harmony, like to the rest of the party. What do you want to reveal?
Nothing.
So
Well, that's not going to be weighed in our
Yeah.
decisions then.
yeah, there's no out of character Harmony reference here. You are an in character conversation. So if somebody comes to you point face and says Harmony, what do you think? What's your response? What's Harmony's response?
Her response is that she doesn't care, like she doesn't care to go on a wild goose chase to kill a god and save a girl. There's no reason to do that when in reality she'd much rather just go turn him in and get on with her day.
No, that's not going to be weighed in our decisions unless she says something.
I think that's what Siren's saying. Now
No,
that's
that is literally what Siren is. Yeah.
Oh, that's what
what
she
Harmony,
said. Okay.
what Harmony's
Yeah.
saying. Yes.
That's what Harmony's saying.
Taken at face value from what we know so far, Miasis would want to go and save this girl. If it meant, sacrificing the Theros, he would have. I'm going to have additional questions for Savas, like if he had any intentions to, if he knew of some way to save the Theros after bringing them to the underworld, because we won't know that. We won't know if he did have these plans because we left. Or like, if there was any kind of contingency or if something even went wrong on the day that we all ended up in the underworld. It's a lot of questions, but I think for the most part, Miasis wants to help him and save his daughter, even because he can see the reasoning behind it, even if it meant sacrificing the Theros.
I feel that Ashi's on a similar, close, but not exactly the same in terms of like.
So Harmony, if Miasis says that yes, we will help you kill Keranos and save your daughter, will you go along with it?
I mean, I'm not like, I don't blindly follow Macy's, if that's what you're assuming.
No, the question isn't whether you would blindly do it. It's whether, if that's the choice that he made, would you support his choice or would you go against it?
Well, it's his choice to make. That's why I'm saying I'm not going to blindly follow Macy's on every single decision.
Well, they're not asking you to blindly follow. They're asking what would your decision be based off of that.
That is what I'm replying to. Is Harmony does not blindly follow every single thing that Macy's chooses to do.
But are you saying is Harmony saying that she would go against it completely in this particular situation?
So with that being the answer, would you actively sabotage it?
Potentially. If there's absolutely no benefit for Harmony, there is no reason for her to be doing something, regardless of what Macy's chooses.
And Macy's understands that, he knows Harmony. I don't
I'd
really
like to
think that
I'd like you
Oh, hold
guys as in like just an RP practice. Step away from the Mises wouldn't, Harmony wouldn't, and speak to each other as your characters.
Okay. Then I understand that. I know you, Harmony. I don't see many opportunities that he could present us that would make you go along with this, honestly. And if that's the choice, then we part ways again as we've done before, and we'll see each other on the next adventure.
Hey, personally, I also don't give a crap what happens to Savas or Keranos, whatever. But I got into Theros to tell stories of our adventures, and as much as we got many tales to tell right now, I think that the one of a demigod facing his father to potentially save his daughter. I just want to be there and tell the
A hell of a story.
Figure it out. Yes,
It would
sure.
be.
And as for Harmony, we haven't even talked to Savaz yet. Maybe you can see a potential benefit for you after we talk to him, and then you can make your choice. Who knows? Maybe he has something to offer for you that is worth your help. I don't know. I mean, that's what we're here for, aren't we? To talk to him, hear him out, ask him questions.
Yes.
If there's something that you want, then yeah, ask him if he can provide it. And if he can't, then that's, I guess, how you would make your decision.
Personally, I'm hoping he can. He's the one that sent us to the underworld and got Erebos on our ass. I want him to get him off.
Agreed. That's what I'm hoping that we can get out of this.
Ideally, yeah. Even if not, I'm willing. I am personally willing to help him, but definitely, see why everyone would not want to be chased by Erebos.
Yeah, I feel if this is going to be, we're going to help you with absolutely no benefit for risking our lives, then I personally do not think it is worth going after a god if there is
Agreed.
absolutely no benefit for us.
So we'll figure out what he can offer us and go from
Exactly.
there.
If he can take down Keranos, he can take down Krufix and Erebos. That's 3 gods.
We want to do that.
Hey, he can even take down Mogus. That guy who hates me
What
for absolute no
happens-
reason.
I guess my question is what happens if he kills Keranos? Does he become Keranos?
Oh, yeah,
Like,
that's a
does he
good
become the new god?
lore question. Has there ever been any like stories of gods being killed or defeated?
Roll religion.
Oh boy.
Can I also roll religion? Because I'm
Yes.
very curious. Okay.
I have no modifiers. Not a religious
any-
person.
Would
Fine.
any history let me know if
You
I
can
have
roll history.
ever heard of anything?
You said 5 for Ashi?
Yeah.
I got a 21.
I got a 19 for my religion.
Okay. Okay, so first, as far as Ashi, you've never really heard anything relating to this sort of thing. You've been pretty separated from the world at large for a bit of your life. So you're not familiar with very many stories of gods dying or being killed. On the same page, Mises, from what you understand, you've never heard the story of a god being killed. The closest thing would be the generation of Phanax, the god of deception, being sort of one of the only individuals who is more of a self-made god. Which I've gone over the story of Phanax before. I'll go over it quickly again. He was basically a soul damned to the underworld. The first returned, swam across the river, and lost his identity in the process, but defied the will of Erebos and gained great power as such, and escaped the underworld, returned to life with the basic godhood at that point. There's not really a whole lot of tangible information about why or how Finax ascended to the level that he did. But that would be the only thing that you would recall of a god sort of manifesting, aside from just the originals, who for the most part are looked at as being there from the dawn of time. There are some gods who are believed older than others. I'd say being Erebos was one of the older gods, as well as Keranos and Krufix. They go back to the beginning, and others are believed to have manifested prior to them in the creation of the universe. Gods like Theros, who's more of a ferryman. Theros is sort of the god of passage, ferries people between life and death, and so forth. Aroas, the god of victory and honor, sort of manifested as battle began to take place and war began to take place, as well as in the opposite end of that, Mogus, who is the more violent side of war, with Aroas being the more valiant side of it. Karametra is another one of the older goddesses, having been around from the dawn of time as just the god of harvest and life in general, as life began to spawn in the universe, so manifested Karametra, and so forth. But you've never heard of anything related to the death or let alone killing of a god. Otto. As far as historical reference, there's many tales in the world of Theros that indicate that there's been attempts to kill gods. There's been many that have entered into the realms, and heroic tales of humans and other creatures that defy the gods and enter their realms on majestic quests, or less majestic, more vile, treacherous quests to slay gods and gain power. But you've never heard a story of anybody successfully doing so. As far as I'd say theologic question, what would happen if a god is killed? There's really no point of reference in the world that you're aware of, that you've experienced or explored in your lifetime that would say exactly how that's going to work. I'd say I'd add to that, if you were to make assumptions, these gods generally have heavy influence on the world itself. So the loss of one would be very detrimental to existence as a whole. But being as the universe sort of manifested these gods to handle some of those situations, you could probably assume that something would take its place, whether that be immediate or would take time. There's really no telling, but life finds a way, so to speak.
Okay, Jeff Goldblum.
Yep.
This will be the new storm god. All right, so I guess last question that I think we need to address is, are we going to tell him that certain people in our party have a deal to bring him in?
It depends on his answers.
I think if we end up helping him, we should tell him about the deal and see if he can't help us get out of it.
I agree.
Agreed. Yeah, we should bring it up immediately. But if we do end up going with him, it should be brought up.
Is there any assuming that if Erebos knows where we are or something like that, isn't it wrong to assume that Krufix also knows that we found Savas and we are not making our end of the deal in bringing him in or something?
So Erebos had to send emissaries to us, and even then, they were already in the city, right? They weren't just.
I didn't think the god is all-seeing, and the fact that they would be able to know this exact second, like what is going on.
I don't know if Krufix is able to see us right now, or if Prufix would have to see through some sort of disciple or emissary.
They would. But I will also say that the deal is specifically to bring Savas there alive.
That was Nyx, right?
To the realm in between, yes.
Okay. And
Which
we're
is-
going to the underworld. Huh?
I mean, yeah, there's ways to do it, but I'm specifically saying our end of the deal was just to bring him there, and then they would take it from there. So
Okay.
if we bring Savas there, and he is prepared with a way to get out of it, we've fulfilled our end of the deal.
Don't forget, she
Exactly.
also
Okay.
gave you that item that's supposed to help you return once you've completed your task.
What?
It's a horn,
It's
right?
a horn, yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's what it was.
Yeah, I have it.
We could bring Savas there, and if it comes to a fight with Savas to get back out, and we would have filled our end of the deal because we brought him, right?
Yes, though we'll likely still be on very bad terms with.
Yeah, it's not an ideal situation, but neither is
No.
him throwing our fucking souls into Neurono.
No.
There's so many not ideal situations going on at the same time here.
Yeah.
But hey,
All right.
All right, are we
Do
ready?
we feel okay talking with him?
Yeah, I don't think talking about anything else here will
Yeah, I think
get
we
us
should
very
just talk
far.
to him.
It's all postulation at this point.
yes. Let's go.
Okay, so you're all ready to approach Savas?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So you finish your conversation. No, that's fine. So you enter the room. Savas is sort of sitting at the back of the chamber behind a large desk, staring out at the water. Bella's in the room, sort of leaned against the wall to your right hand side, very somber and sad looking at the moment. Addresses you and nods to you all as you enter, but doesn't speak. More just seems lost in thought at the moment. You also see that same very dark, angelic looking character. I'll give you his image again. That would be the mysterious first mate, as it were. He's standing behind the desk with his back to you, as well as Savas. They both have their backs to you.
Did we ever get the first mate's name? The new one? I don't
Yeah.
think so, right?
No, you've never gotten his name yet. How would you like to
So
approach
we
this?
enter, and they're just not acknowledging us
They
at
have
the
their
moment.
backs. They have their backs to you. Belle sort of is the one that saw you come in. She seems very lost in thought at the moment.
Right. Is now a good time?
Savas turns to look at you all. The first mate individual who's back in that cloak, he has his wings covered up at the moment. Also turns, pulls the cloak down, nods to you all, and then turns with his back to you again, facing outward towards the water. The back of this chamber has a very large open window that looks out over the water. You're sort of on you're at the main level of the ship with the deck above that controls where the steering is and so forth. But he turns and looks back out on the water. Savas turns to you all. He's like, I see you've all awoken. I hope you rested well.
Yes. Doing far better than we were yesterday.
I can imagine. Sit down, please. And he nods and motions to several chairs that are set up in front of the desk that he's behind.
I will take a
Yeah,
seat.
Chairs is several.
Enough for all of you to sit down.
Oh, okay. 'Cause 5 is more than several to me, so okay, yeah, no, take a seat.
This first mate is it the same one that was on the Theros on the first night?
Yes.
Mhm.
What the?
You had a very brief interaction with him after you left. Basically, he decloaked. You saw the full form of him. But aside from that, you didn't really ask any questions about anything. You sort of met
Yeah,
him.
I'm shocked actually, because I had a really bad impression of him at the first time. Still do actually.
Yeah, you don't know anything about him at this point.
Yeah. I'll go ahead and say I don't believe we had the opportunity to be acquainted with your friend there.
Savas looks away for a moment. He doesn't speak much. Would you like to introduce yourself? He relates towards the character, who turns around. The cloak is he removes the hood of the cloak, and that sort of black mist like energy is emanating from his head where there would normally be hair. He's a very pale individual, not like lifelessly pale, but to enough to sort of unsettle you. Everything about his appearance is generally unsettling. Um, he removes the cloak as well, and you see those dark wings sprout forth from behind, and you can see that large katana-like blade sheathed at his side. He steps up to the desk behind where Savas is seated, bows to all of you very lightly. Says, "My name is Isan Giri Rios. It is a pleasure to meet you."
Sure.
Can you spell that bird? Sorry.
Sure.
Yeah,
I will drop it in the chat for you.
It's very off.
I didn't even try. It's
Actually, it wasn't that far off. Just 4 letters. Okay.
so. What brought you to Savas and the Theros?
My tale goes back many hundreds and thousands of years. I've pieced my memories together over time, some accidentally, others I've retained on my own. But Savas sought me out. Our meeting was more tied to fate than anything else.
Savas, what happened to Zane Farrow?
You again notice that he doesn't. Savas doesn't really show remorse, but you see him sort of struggle for a moment to find a correct emotion to display. In the end, he just laughs. Like, I'm sorry. I often find it difficult to relay these sorts of things, being parts of myself are missing. So I apologize if it seems I do not mourn him, though I do very greatly. Zane died protecting me and Isangiri. He allowed us our escape, and his soul still plays a pivotal role in the events to come.
What was he protecting you from?
My father.
Why did you get so distant from your crew? Like, you could have avoided the mutiny that happened that night. You just sounded a little not yourself for a while there until that night. What happened?
I had acquired some information on an island that might have some answers to a question that I've been seeking for a very long time. I knew that I was imprisoned in the underworld for many years. I knew that my escape was costly, not just to me, but to others as well. I knew that certain elements of my memory had been stolen from me. I believe that they were stolen by my father, Keranos. Unfortunately, I don't have much relation with him. I don't speak to him often. He's something of an enigma. I tried multiple times in various temples across the world to communicate with him to get answers, but I was always unable to reach him. But I was given information of a location that would provide a means to locate and access his realm, and I sought to acquire it. I went with Zane. I did not want the crew to be involved in this voyage because I didn't want them to be at risk. So we went by ourselves in the quiet of the night. We reached the location, and this is where we met Isangiri, and he notes the individual. Isangiri was on a quest of his own, also searching for lost memories. We found what is to be an ancient temple of Keranos, long since abandoned, and an object that apparently had been used to communicate with him. When we attempted to, I'd say, take this and use it, Keranos himself appeared and attempted to slay Isangiri. He asked for my help. I refused. I asked him questions which angered him, and he lashed out. We all battled for some time, but Keranos was too strong. I was struggling, Isangiri was struggling. Zane pulled me aside and said that he'd take care of it. He'd distract my father while we escaped. He knew that a part of me was still imprisoned in the underworld and requested that I seek him out. We formed a very quick plan. Zane is taking his part of that plan right now, and I don't know what he's succeeded, if he has at all, if he still exists as Zane, but I hope he does. But we were able to escape. Zane was last that I saw battling with Keranos himself. But we escaped the island. Keranos sought us after that. I knew he had sought us. I returned to the Theros. There were followers of his disguised aboard an Acrossi ship that meant to attack us under guise of a white flag of diplomacy. I learned of the deception from Isangiri, who has some ability of foresight. So I sunk the vessel as it approached, knowing that Keranos was going to find us soon. It was my intention to separate the upper portion of the Theros from the rest of the crew. I sought to isolate myself and just move with the captain's quarters itself, which does have the ability to separate from the rest of the ship, and send the remainder of the Theros back. Unfortunately, I didn't expect the mutiny. I was too lost in plans. My mind was a bit, I'm sorry to say, lost for a time. I was solely focused on finding Keranos and then escaping Keranos and then protecting the crew as best I could while still acquiring the memories that I needed. In the struggle, not hours before the mutiny, Isangiri was able to utilize the magics that he has available and was able to restore some memory. I remembered my time in the underworld and my time before. I remembered my daughter. Something that my father sealed away. I saw visions of other worlds. Something I've still not been able to piece together very much so. My friend Isan here can give you more information on that, but with the mutiny, as things started to play out, Keranos had found us. And I was unable to save the crew. I knew that they were going to be pulled into the underworld as I saw the portal forming below. So I knew my only option was to re-engage my father and find some means to survive so that I could return to the underworld, reclaim myself, reclaim my power, and rescue what of the crew that I could.
I would like to insight before we ask any more questions.
Sure. Roll it out.
I too.
Yes.
Yeah, I'd also.
21.
uh, 7.
16.
Okay. So I'd say just collectively, just based on those rolls, you all sort of look to each other and try to get on the same page. From what you can tell, he seems to be being sincere. Again, it's very shocking. He does not show any signs of remorse. He seems very jovial and happy as he speaks. But you know, from what you've been told, that this other portion of him, this left behind portion that's locked below in the underworld, uh, disconnected him from a lot of those emotions, those darker emotions, the rage, the sadness. He had to give up parts of himself to escape, to escape just the sight of Erebos and return himself to the world of the living. So it's not it's very strange to you to sort of see him speak about these things in such a positive manner. But at the same time, you believe it based on what you've been told, and he doesn't seem to be lying to you or attempting to deceive you.
So what happened to the ship then? It's in the underworld as well as all of its crew members?
There are two ships, as it were. The Theros itself was an old friend. Long, long, long before any of you, I was a different person. I sought glory, I sought power and combat, and I befriended a great creature on a journey that I had taken. A war broke out, of which much I cannot remember. But the Theros itself was my friend, this creature. We had rode into battle on the side of gods, and we were able to defend them against a threat. Again, I don't remember many details. I don't know what the threat was. I, for the life of me, cannot remember. But as a reward, so to speak, the Theros was transformed, given great power, and still has a mind of its own. We've always worked together. But the Theros is my friend, and it was also dragged into the underworld with myself, and so had to leave elements of itself behind. As such, while there are two me's, as hard as that is for me to wrap my own head around, there is also two Theros. The more ancient Theros that was left behind, that roams the underworld, and the Theros that you had been aboard, were a member of my crew. We seek my Theros because part of his abilities enable him to travel between realms. This is the only way that we can return to the underworld outside of actually being killed. But once we get back, I mean to merge myself and the Theros as one once again.
And if the Theros were made full again, it would carry out anyone aboard out of the underworld?
Yes, I could rescue the crew wherever they are, bring them back aboard the ship, and have the Theros climb back out. Return everybody to life. Though the journey would be difficult. There's only one way that I know that we can return the souls of those already dead. And that's Lathos.
And what is your plan for Erebos?
Well, should we leave through Lathos, it would return us all to life. Completely.
Through where? Sorry, you cut out.
Lathos. I'll type it for you.
La. Yeah, all I hear is la.
Lathos.
Okay, Lathos. What is Lathos?
Lathos is a defended portal deep in the realm of Erebos in his palace. But any that leave through the portal of Lathos returned to this world completely outside of his power, outside of his grasp. He would have no claim over your souls.
So everybody that was on the Theros but it went to the underworld is technically dead.
Many are. Those that died in the events that took place or have since perished in the events that have followed. Their souls belong to Erebos on a deeper level. But just entering the underworld and the means that we did, Keranos basically traded us for something. I don't know what, but he utilized his power to give our souls to Erebos. Now, mine was already somewhat claimed, though I found a way out and around this. The rest of you, I don't wish for you to leave bits of yourselves behind for him to play with. I wish for you to return whole.
Yeah, after the night of the mutiny, we tried to search for you, and with a spell, I managed to have a vision of you on an island. What were you doing there? It was in a Siren Song Sea island, I think.
I sought out an artifact to help return my memory.
Were you successful on that?
I was.
And how long ago was that again? I think I forgot.
How long did you have the vision? How long ago is that what you're asking?
That's the thing. I don't know if all those. We heard that it's been years since the Tyzeris
That's your
accident.
question. Okay.
So I want to know if the years passed on while we were in the underworld on the Nyx. That's why I want to ask him that.
It took
a
me
specific question.
It took me 3 years to locate and acquire the artifact.
Oh,
I did not
I just
expect you all to return, honestly. But I had been searching.
For us? Or
Yes.
for the crew? For
You
us.
specifically.
and
Why us?
Why us?
He arcs an eyebrow for a moment and he turns to Isengiri. Says, "My friend here can help explain a little further." And he stands up from the chair that he's in and steps back and walks to that back window overlooking the water. Isengiri takes you all in. So I have information that might be startling to all of you. Do you have dreams or memories of other places, other times, things you don't recognize?
Do we?
Some of you.
Or does this count as my thing that I had a long time ago that stopped happening or no?
Could. It would
I'll say I
definitely
used
draw.
to.
It would definitely draw
then.
your mind to that. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll say that I used to.
The memories of other selves can return at times. I don't know if you've all experienced it or not, but I'll say my memory is fragmented, like Savas's as well. But I know that I was done a great disservice by your gods. I was involved in a war many millennia ago between members of my world and your gods of Theros. Once upon a time, Savas was my enemy. He fought against my people in this war for these gods. I know that we lost. I don't know what that cost everybody, but I know that they took certain prisoners. All of you here were prominent individuals in that war. You're descended of Otto Warren, warriors of the Sky City. Your souls were displaced and captured by these gods following the wars. They stripped you of your lives, your memories, and have been reincarnating you here in their world as hostages, as it were, for some time. They have essentially kept you as slaves.
And we all just happened to become members of the Theros, where we sought out.
I don't know why fate has brought us all together at this time. I like to think there's some greater power whose will is being exerted. But I don't know. I can gift to you fragments, like I did for Zavas. I can give you little bits of what you once were, maybe assist you in remembering.
I think that would help prove these claims because right now I don't know
There's-
how much I believe it.
Do you want to insight him or?
Have we heard?
No, I'm
Okay.
just more saying that it's so fantastical to believe. I
Sure.
don't think he's
Yeah.
lying, but I need help believing this fantastical situation.
What
Is-
were you saying, Ashi?
I was gonna say, like, I guess if I do a history check, like, what he's talking about is like, has any of us like ever heard of anything?
No. You don't even have to check. Nobody's ever heard of anything like this before. I'd say you know that there are other realms. There's always rumors and myths of different worlds and so to speak, that sort of thing. But
We've never heard of this specific one that he's
No.
talking of.
no, you've never heard of
It's-
this specifically. You do know that there are legends of Savas from the past where he was involved in some ancient battle on the side of the gods. But aside from that, you don't know what they were facing or any information like that.
The other way you could see it is it was purposefully like made vague so that no one could learn about it.
That's what he's saying. Is
Yeah.
memories were stripped, things were designed by the gods to be seen a certain way.
I too am finding this difficult to believe. Like, what more information do you have that you could tell us about our supposed previous lives?
Yeah, like at this point, I'm asking specifically for a memory to prove it to me.
He steps around
If
the
he can
desk
provide.
and looks to you, specifically Macy's first. Approach.
Okay, I'll get up and go closer to him.
Okay. He gets very close to you, puts both his hands on your shoulders, pulls you very close in, and his wings expand and encircle you. For a moment, it's very dark. The rest of the group, you see that energy sort of emit from his head, that black mist-like energy, and descend and start to encapsulate Miaces and almost form a small field of energy around where his wings have encircled Miaces. Miaces, you are hit with several visions all at once in a very fast pace. You immediately become very disoriented. You have memories of an entity named Kaima. I'm going to type it again for you as well. Something or somebody that was very important to you, meant a lot to you. You suddenly have all of that emotion roaring back to you. Somebody that you wanted to protect, to defend, but you can't see their face. You can't pull anything about who they were or what they were to you. You just know for a fact this name meant something to you, and you see yourself in images that do remind you of your dreams and your nightmares that you used to have. That still every now and then, come back at certain times in these strange places. You also get the sense of Phi in these visions, but Phi isn't Phi. Phi looks like something else. You can't quite make it out, but you get this blurry rendition of some creature assisting you that you just see as Phi. You have visions of peaceful times in strange settings in strange places, uh, reminiscent of your old nightmares of overlooking the rest of the world from above on the balcony of some grand city. And you have memories of dying. You see your death multiple times in multiple places, and you know that you died. You remember dying. You see yourself at different times, but you look different. Your species is different. Your skin is different. Your eyes are different. Your name is different. You can't recall any of the details specifically, but you feel like it's real, like it's your memory. You were there. You fall to your knees suddenly as Isengiri unwraps his wings and steps back from you. The rest of the group, you see Miasis suddenly fall. Miasis, you're back to yourself within this room, overwhelmed sort of with what you've experienced.
Yeah, just
Isengiri
as
as
like
well.
an RP element, Miasis at this point is like crying silently with on his knees with what he saw.
Isengiri, to the rest of you, looks also very pained for a moment, just struggling to maintain his posture. Or how are you all reacting?
Gosh, that's a lot.
I mean, how are we to
Li-
believe that you're not just feeding me sees somebody else's memories?
I can only show you. I cannot force you to believe me. Would you like to see your past? Harmony?
I mean, sure, but there's still no proof that it could be somebody else's memories.
Sure.
I'll pipe up before she starts getting her memories with just like a choked I don't think he's lying.
He steps back away from Miasis for a moment and seems to try to steel himself and recollects himself as well and looks to you, Harmony. He's like, would you like to see what I have to show you?
Sure.
He beckons for you to join him.
Okay, I'll go up to him.
He grasps onto your hands and pulls you close to him as well, puts another hand on your shoulder. The same scene occurs. He wraps his wings around. You're overtaken by the darkness of it as that black mist again permeates the area and surrounds him and Harmony. Harmony, all at once, you're pulled out of yourself in a very out of body experience. The word Dreamwalker appears to you, something that you believe you were. You see yourself as this, surrounded by some dark force, something that you were standing alone against. You see yourself traveling in what you remember to be the minds of others, other people, other lives, influencing those dreams, influencing their thoughts, stepping back out and emerging in different places in different times. You see yourself again in these great battles. You have images of what look to be gods, what you know to be gods of Theros, but they were something else. You knew them as something else, as alien, as invaders almost. You remember the name Akuta. I'm going to type it in there for you in chat. You
Okay.
associate with this name as something powerful that you were aligned with. Some dark force, very dark. You don't get the sense that it was evil, but you align this name with thoughts of ash, with thoughts of ruin almost. You also feel Sai. In many of your memories, Sai is there. The image of Sai again changes, reforms. You have images of losing Sai at some point, at some time. You were a different person, and Sai returning to you as a different form, you in a different form as well. You have a memory that your destiny was said to be great somewhere at some time. It was an important thing to you, something that mattered very much. You have images of yourself on the boundaries of darkness and of a dawn, a sun rising, and a sun setting behind. Finding yourself at the balance of these two images, struggling to defend that balance against some sort of invasion or evil. Again, you remember multiple lives. You see yourself as multiple things in multiple places. You have visions of a world that you don't recognize, but you know it. And it comes to you in floods. You see almost hundreds of different people that you know to be yourself. You see hundreds of different creatures that you know to be Sai. And you have these images thrown about in almost a chaotic fashion. Finally, as you're pulled out of it, you see what look to be the Theros gods that you know, almost in a form surrounding you, and you feel yourself in chains as you're pulled back out and return to yourself on the deck as Isangiri unwraps his wings and steps backwards, again very short of breath, struggling to maintain his composure.
Mm.
Is that
So
Harmony's
is
reaction?
this why Kara? Yeah, she's still skeptical, but is this why Karanos is so set on killing you?
Karanos knows that I remember things and that I have the power to restore the memories of others. He's not the only one that seeks my death.
But is that why he wants to kill you?
Among other reasons, yes.
Hmm. Okay. Still very suspicious.
Again, I can only show you.
How often can you do that?
It is very draining, but I can assist all of you if you'd like.
I would. Yes.
Join me.
Lazuli will get up. Go over to him.
Again, puts a hand on your waist and pulls you in, puts the other hand on your shoulder, wraps his wings around you. That same dark mist encapsulates the area around you, and you are pulled from yourself. You specifically feel yourself almost ethereally in a form as you're pulled backwards through time. You can see yourself experiencing different lives, different worlds. You have visions of yourself as some armored individual. The world itself around you seems very bright, and you have a great sense of danger, but it's something that is exciting, is thrilling. You see yourself causing some great sabotage to a structure. Flashes through very quickly as you stealthily move about and plant some sort of devices before some devastating eruption uh, happens as you leave an area. The elements of the structures look alien to you, but again, it feels like you lived here. You know what this place was. It was important to you, very important to you. you can almost grasp the name of something, but it's the thought of it escapes you. When you try to think of it, you feel pain. It almost like it's something is damaging you as you try to return uh, to whatever memories you have been getting cascaded through and get the image of the individual that you're trying to think of as you're trying to spell out the name in your head. And every time that you do that, the face that you see resembles that of Keranos. You see yourself in an underground city for a time. You spent a lot of time here. Again, it looks very alien, no place that you've ever experienced on Theros. You know that wherever you are in this memory is not Theros. It's someplace that meant more. You see yourself on a balcony of sorts overlooking some great battle as you disappear into darkness. You know that you had some special role, something very specific, something involving assassination. You know that it was vital that you succeeded in this mission, and you know that you failed. Trying again to pull the details of it, you can't quite grasp. And every time you do, you again see that face, Keranos. For a time, you see yourself lost in darkness. You see yourself as other creatures and other lives existing in places that you recognize as elements of Theros. All of these memories are very sad, very sullen. You couldn't find yourself. You knew that you were something else, that you weren't meant to be what you were. And it just dragged you down in every one of these lives. You were never able to really make much of yourself. You can see yourself dying aimlessly, thoughtlessly, so many times before you start to reconnect with whatever past you'd been stolen from. Your last memory, as you're being pulled back into the world, into the deck with Isengiri, the last memory that you see is of two individuals that you know to be your parents. They look human, and you know that they're of a different world. Their clothes are very brightly lit by some energy that you don't recognize, but you know it has great power. They smile at you. You know they meant the world to you. You believe them to be parents of some kind, or whoever had raised you in this original life. You see it as your first self. Before you see them struck down by lightning and turned to dust as you return to yourself, and Isengiri unfurls his wings and steps back away.
Leslie will stumble back and immediately, use the table to go back to chair and slump down on it. And they definitely, feel the connection and buy into it / want to buy into it. But they also want to be sure. Can would that be like insight
You can insight it.
of the trust that I
Sure.
have for if it is genuine?
Yeah, go ahead and insight it.
16.
Okay. Like none of it felt deceptive to you. The second that you saw some of these things, even if it was the briefest flash of a moment in a life, you remembered it as if you were there, as if you lived it. You could smell the air. You could feel yourself in that individual or creature you were at that time in that life. And it feels like when you see images of that old world, this original world that Isengiri is claiming you are all descended from, and were pulled from, it feels closest to home to you, closer to home than you've ever felt in anywhere on the world of Theros. It's definitely something that you want to believe. It feels so real, it's almost hard to deny it as a truth.
Great. I am gonna look to Otto and Ashi and say, I think you should both accept the offer.
I'm going to nod and stand up and go towards him and say, I too would like to see.
He takes a moment to sort of collect himself again. You can see he's like heavily sweating at this point. That it's the act of this is very taxing to him. He nods to you and extends a hand.
I'll take it.
Are
He
you
pulls.
sure this guy's not gonna die doing that?
You
No,
see,
earlier he said he could do this for all 5 of us,
Says,
so I'm gonna trust him on that.
he looks at you and says, I can do it. I will be okay. As he pulls you and Ashi and puts a hand on your shoulder again, the rest of you see those wings furl over and hide Ashi from sight as that black mist overtakes. Ashi, your vision is turned dark immediately as you're pulled out of your body and through the past memories that almost immediately you know were stolen from you. You can feel it. You feel like the things that you're seeing, these momentary flashes, uh, immediately you recognize everything like it comes flooding back to you in this massive wave. You're pulled through multiple visions of past selves that you had here in Theros. You recognize them and you just don't care about them. You see them and they almost detest you as you look at them until you're pulled back into this memory of this other world, this alien place, where you finally feel more calm, at peace with the things that you're experiencing. You see yourself heavily armored at the head of some guardian force. You know that your role was to protect something. You know that there were many others that were underneath you and under your command. You see what looks to be a great prison of some kind, some arcane prison that was holding something inside. You know the name Eucora, and I'm going to type that as well for you in chat. This name is something that both terrifies you and hardens you. You know that whatever this is, it's murderous and dangerous and evil, and your purpose was to maintain its imprisonment. Something that was no light role. You have flashes of having to defend against some great force, some invasion of creatures against your world. You can't quite see how they got in, but the sky, you remember looking up at the sky and seeing it torn open, uh, revealing an alien space, almost a mist of stars that remind you of Theros, that remind you of that sea in Erebos that you'd fallen into. You see yourself dying in defense of this prison. You know that you fell to some incredible power that you could not withstand. You remember the remorse and the fear that you had at that moment, that you knew that you were losing your life and that this thing that you'd been protecting was going to be released, and it terrified you. You're pulled back out of it, and you see other memories of your past in this world as well. You see a childhood where you were being trained specifically for this role. You have multiple images of individuals that you knew had great power, that you had great respect for, teaching you, guiding you, raising you, specifically for this role. You can see yourself overtaking some of these other students and raising to a point of prominence within the ranks of this force that you'd been a part of until you were given the command. And it was something you were so proud of. And you can still feel it as you're being pulled away, the remorse of failing at your task, as you're thrown back into the world of Theros, and Isengiri unfurls those wings and steps away from you.
She's gonna step back. Doesn't really have anything to say about it.
Isengiri looks over as he collects himself again after a few moments while people are collecting their thoughts. Otto.
Okay. I'll go.
Okay. He grasps both of your shoulders and then pulls you into him. Furls those wings around, that black mist-like energy overtakes and surrounds you. In similar fashion, you are pulled back out of yourself, ethereally, out of your body. Pulled through various memories of your life that you enjoy. You get a sense of happiness at all these other beings that you've been here on Theros. All of them musicians. You can see yourself performing various instruments as various species and various creatures, always seeming to bring joy to people, and it was something that you loved and held on to. But also, it never felt right. It felt like it'd been something that you were using to hide from some greater truth. And it's a truth that becomes more and more visible as you're pulled further and further and further back through all of these different lives and forms. You recognize the name Tawazu. This is a name that is prominent in your mind. I'm going to write that into chat for you as well. It's a name that you connect with as your father, somebody that meant everything to you, that had taught you and raised you and trained you. You see yourself in this alien world, this place that you know to be your origin, where you first formed and took place. You see yourself in a massive, massive library of books and tomes and knowledge, aglow with very arcane light, almost neon in color. You see yourself being raised and growing up in here and knowing that the information around you was important and dangerous and formidable, and the information here was to be protected. It was something that your father defended at all costs. It was important to your world, and it was something that was sealed away because the release of it would lead to great danger and great power for others that could tear your world apart. You knew that it was the most important thing to your father, and so it was the most important thing to you to keep it and keep these stories and these legends and these mysteries locked away and unobtainable. Most of your life was spent in this structure, massive, massive structure with thousands and thousands and countless scrolls and tomes and books in a tower that was seemingly endless that went into the sky. Seeing yourself small as a child, you remember being lost in it from time to time, always wanting to open these books or look into them, but knowing that it was forbidden and your father would be gravely upset with you. You know that even he didn't delve into these books or into these tomes. He knew the danger of what was inside. You see that over time there had been multiple attempts to break in and steal. You can see yourself defending and taking lives in the defense of these things. And you can see the time of your death, this massive assault, this battle where massive holes were blown in this structure and creatures of great size and power were attempting to force their way in. You can see yourself giving your life to save your father in a moment where you were both fighting together to defend these things. And as your life ended here in this moment, you can feel chains surrounding you, constricting you, and pulling you away from your world, away from your home, into a prison that was just dark. You're pulled back towards your current self, thrown from that world into the world of Theros, where you clearly see yourself in these other lives, formulating this happiness and using that as a means to shield yourself from the darkness of what you'd experienced, even though you couldn't feel it, you couldn't see it, you couldn't remember it, the nagging sense of it was always there somewhere, just scratching and clawing at you. And so you spent so many of these lives just trying to spread joy and bring joy to yourself, to keep that feeling away. Your last vision is again of your father, his face, the name, Tawazu, and the emotion of not knowing what happened to him. As you're pulled back into your form, and Isengiri releases you and steps away, unfurls his wings, falls to a knee, this time as he breathes heavily and pants, collecting himself and trying to restore his energy.
Like to go forward and like help him his feet, like over leaning him on my shoulder or something.
He appreciates it and he accepts the help and gets to his feet and sort of stumbles over to a wall that he leans against. Savas finally turns around to look at you all. So, I had this experience with Isengiri as well. I know what you've seen, what you've felt. How do you feel?
Angry, I think.
Yes, I would say angry.
Angry, uncertain.
A little bit angry too. Yes.
Savas sits down at the desk, looks to you all. He says, I know. I'll be honest with you. I believe I played a part in the destruction and whatever fate your world experienced. And I know you have every reason to hate me as such, but I've spent most of my life unaware of it. And since I have learned it, I've been doing everything I can to correct those mistakes. That's what I want to do here. I believe that world is sealed away. Isengiri has seen it. These gods, these Therosian gods, took what power they could of this world after they invaded for their own and sealed it away. I believe they saw me as too powerful as a threat to them, so they stole away my memories, the memories of my wife, Belle, who's still standing in the corner, very traumatized, likely having experienced the same thing that the group of you just did. And they took our daughter. They cast her into that world before they sealed it up and locked it away and removed it from the memory of every single mortal life here on Theros. I mean to make amends to not just Isengiri, but all of you. And I mean to get my vengeance, not just on my father Keranos, but on all of them. I want to open the breach in that world. I want to go in and retain my daughter and let them out to seek their own vengeance on these gods of Theros. Isengiri seems to believe you are all prominent members of that force, that you all had some important role to play within that world with its defense. So I'm asking you to join me. I want to go back into the underworld. I want to find my other self. I want to rejoin it. I want to rejoin the Theros. And then I want to take this ship and I want to sail it right through the heart of my father and break the seal of that world and release them all back. Will you join me?
I would like to use psionic mind on Lazuli and just say, you should tell him.
All right.
I'm looking around between this crew member or our group to see what everyone else is doing.
Yeah.
Because I'm like, I feel like we're all of the same mind, but like,
I'll look to Miaces and nod before. Well, okay. So with the information that he means to get all of the gods involved on this, well, no, we'll leave that. We'll put a pin in that. I'll say it. The way that this originally played out on the Theros put us in a difficult position. You did not expect us to come back, but we found a way. And that way involved trading with another god. Specifically Krufix. What do you know of him and his involvement in this?
You interacted with Krufix directly?
Not directly. With an emissary.
And what was the deal that you made?
They wanted you.
Of course they did.
The deal was to simply get you to that realm. No more, no less.
And what realm?
I believe it was Nyx. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is that where we were?
That's correct. The Tovian Fields of Nyx.
So, the Tovian Fields of Nyx.
Well, I would not be upset should you choose to meet the arrangement. But I can tell you that my father's realm borders the Tovian Fields. Should we enter it, I assume on the way I can assist you in completing this deal, eliminating whatever individuals seek to retain me before we move on.
please.
That would be ideal.
Yes, if something with that can be arranged. I'll also divulge that they provided us an item. Items connected with the gods, I imagine, have considerable influence and power. And this was one that was said to help us after the deal had been completed. Is that right? Or was it just to get there?
It was supposed to get you back there to complete the
Get you
deal.
back there. Okay.
To get all of you back, yeah. To return you so that you can bring Savas. He looks at you. Do you have this item? Can I see it?
Oh man. Yes. I'm going to take it out and put it on the table, but keep my hand on it.
Okay.
And ask that you don't do anything to it immediately.
He looks over to Isengiri and says, "Can you assist?" Isengiri walks over and looks at the object, hovers his hand over it for a moment. He closes his eyes, and you see that black sort of mystical energy surround the horn for a moment. Feels cold on your hand as it surrounds your hand as well. He opens his eyes. This object does not hold the power of a god.
What does it hold?
There are some enchantments within. I believe some simple spell that would allow you to shift between realms, much like a key. What, are you sure this creature was an emissary?
No, we're not.
He looks over to Savas for a moment as he raises an eyebrow. He's like, I don't believe they were emissaries of Krufix, as they say.
And what do you believe?
I mean no offense when I say this to you, but I believe you were duped, as it is said.
Why
Like
would
Even with that being the
there's-
case, they got us back to Theros.
likely a being of great power. The Nyx
Are
fields
you
hold
are you
many.
familiar with a giantess at all? I don't know if we ever got her name. I was there at the very tail end of it, but that's the one who made the contract was a giantess in the fields of Nyx.
I've never been there. I've spent most of my life imprisoned here on Theros. I'm sorry, I don't know this creature, but I know God power when I see it and sense it, and this is not it.
So it's like this giantess likely has little power to actually go after the deal if it isn't completed.
Well, I
So-
still believe that the giantess isn't the one that we specifically signed with. I do believe that she was telling the truth when she said she had a master.
There are many powerful creatures, Savas says as he looks at you. There are many leeches that hover around the borders of these powerful realms. They know how to hide themselves from the eyes of the gods, who don't care much for smaller creatures, lesser creatures. So long as they don't get in the way or cause any sort of commotion, they exist as they do and take what they will from these god realms as they can. You likely encountered one of those. Why they seek me, I'm assuming they'd take me and turn me over either to my father. I know the gods of Tovia would also like to have my soul, as it were. I've had a bit of experience in those realms as well. I assume
Well,
they meant
overall,
to turn me over to gain some sort of reward or recognition.
yes, I imagine that is the case, but also I feel a lot better about the deal that we made. It's harder to get out of something with a god than it is just something of great power.
Regardless, if you'd like to pay them a visit, I would be glad to assist you.
I think that would probably still be for the benefit of everyone. Maybe we'll
Agreed.
even discover something there that can help us on our quest.
That's very true.
Do any of you have any more questions for me for Isengiri?
Yes. So your plan is to kill your father to be able to open the portal. What is your plan after that? Would opening the portal, I believe, would cause issues with the other gods?
So, my plan is this. Once we reacquire the Theros of this realm, I utilize his power to bring us back into the underworld. I know that the fragments of me still lost below are imprisoned in a realm called Phileas. According to Isengiri, he's down there now seeking a way out. So we find the Theros, combine with it, seek out the fragment of myself, collect the crew, as many as we can, if not all. There's where it becomes a little difficult. As a crew, we will have to lay siege on the palace of Erebos himself, within which is the portal of Lathos. The portal itself is large enough for us to take the entire ship and the crew through and back to the living realm of Theros. We can return them all to their lives. I don't wish to involve them in this. I wish to release them on the portion of the Theros that is simply ship and not beast. We can separate, return the city itself to the waters, let them be free and live as they will, as we then make way to enter the realm of my father. Once we arrive
So-
there, we will do battle. I will have my power restored to me. Isengiri will assist me as well. I mean to destroy him. Once I do so, he holds the power and the key to that seal that protects your past world. Isengiri means to take that key, release the seal, and return. He believes there are many powerful individuals there who might seek to take revenge on your Theros gods.
And what happens to the rest of Theros?
Isengiri believes he can treat with them. And upon opening this rift and allowing them re-entry to get their revenge, that they can use their power to maintain the open rift, allowing any to travel between worlds as they'd like. According to Isengiri, in past times, the gateways were not sealed, that certain individuals could travel between these realms as they please, though the roads were not well known, and it wasn't known to everybody within these planes. The travel was yet free to take. So if we allow them to come through and seek their revenge, we can treat with them and allow them to mercifully leave the world of Theros itself behind and make their war on the god realms alone. Isengiri has
Imagine.
given me his word that if they do not agree to this, then he will seal the rift behind. I will travel to that world with my wife, Belle, to seek my daughter. We will all be sealed inside as well. Likely forever. For the rest of you, I leave the choice to you, should we succeed and reach that conclusion.
I have more questions about a different topic if no one else has questions about this topic.
Going back a few steps in this plan, laying siege to Erebos' realm.
His palace.
He is his
specifically.
palace, specifically within his realm. He has already laid claim on our souls and is searching for us to go back into his realm. Is that not a liability to all of us?
It is. It is a danger. But I believe it is the last thing Erebos will expect for you to return to the underworld of your own volition. I believe he's using the entirety of his power in his eyes and his will to seek you here above. I don't think he will notice you right away, and by the time he does, I would hope we would have reached the doors of his palace.
What power would he have over us there?
He would have to capture dominion of your souls via one of his emissaries. Being as you are not specifically taken by him, you are not ferried across the river, he doesn't have full control of you. He seeks that control, and his emissaries will likely seek to destroy you. Should you die in this world or in the underworld itself, you will become under his will completely. At that point, he can do with your souls as he please.
I will say one of his emissaries seems to be anyway, Galen Desma, who has a particular grudge against me and wants to kill me.
I was sad to hear of Galen's fate. He was always the aggressive sort, but he seemed loyal.
I also wanted to ask, he killed someone from the crew before we were taken to the underworld. Would it be possible to get her back and bring her back with the Theros? Or since she died beforehand, is that not a possibility?
We can attempt to locate her soul. I don't know what state she'd be in. Mind you, I mean to rescue as many of this crew as we can, so we can spend what time we need, acquire whom we can, before we sail for the Palace of Erebos itself.
And you think we would be able to do this in secrecy?
Once I realign myself and reacquire my other form, I believe I can use the power that I would acquire to hide us from sight for a moment. I will have fragments of the power of Keranos himself. I can't promise you, though. I don't know for sure. It may be some fight. Regardless, when we do reach the palace, it will be a fight.
Yes.
I can
And
tell you, unfortunately, and I know this is partially my fault, but Erebos will seek you either way from this day forward. He already is, and it's not something that you can stop by any real means. You can defeat his emissaries over and over and over again, and he will return them to this world as many times as necessary.
Yes, I'm very interested in going through that Lathos portal. If
Agreed.
nothing else, that would help a lot.
if we go through that portal, would Galen be able to not find us as easily?
Correct. And
Okay.
he would have, well, technically Erebos could still send Galen after us for Galen's own personal satisfaction, but it would completely nullify Galen's half of his agreement with Erebos, because
Right.
Erebos would no longer have claim to our soul.
It would lead Erebos into conflict with other gods directly, because at that point he would have crossed Clothis, the god of destiny and fate, and she would stand against him should he seek to send his emissaries to take lives that aren't his, to alter their fates, so to speak.
Is there any way to permanently stop one of Erebos' emissaries, or is there no way for us to get Galen off our tail permanently?
I don't know, possibly within the Palace of Erebos itself, but Galen is at this point simply a pawn of Erebos. He would have given himself over willingly to become an emissary. But again, he would have no power to seek you. If we can return you through that portal, through Lathos, you would be returned to life, and it would be your fate, your destiny that you reach this point. Clothis herself, the goddess, would intervene should Erebos or any of his emissaries seek to alter that fate.
You're
That's
putting a lot of
fair.
faith
It's
in this
just a bit
god
of
that
personal vengeance for me.
What did you say, Macy's?
I said it's just a bit of personal vengeance for me, not so much on a grander scale.
I can tell you, if it's vengeance that you seek, Galen's fate is one of the most unkind you can possibly imagine. If he fails in his task for Erebos, and you are returned to the life completely here in Theros, he will have failed in his task and will then just be a slave to Erebos' power for all of eternity.
Understood.
But to answer your question, Lazuli, I have memories of Clothis from my time in the underworld. She contests most of the other gods, detests them, if you will, and their ideologies and means to attempt to disrupt the fates of others. She believes solely in destiny, and any sort of interference of anyone to alter fate or destiny, she absolutely opposes and often conflicts with other gods. She will stand in their way at any moment should they take effective action that would alter fate or alter destiny as a whole. She was one of the first, if not the first, of the gods to materialize as this world took form. Honestly, I believe she would enjoy every moment should we succeed with our task.
Fair enough. Makes me wonder if there are other gods that would welcome the change.
Not likely, unfortunately.
So why Keranos? How is he the heart of this?
Keranos, as the god of storms and wisdom, was given the authority to utilize his power specifically to seal this other realm. I don't know specifically why, something directly involving his power as a god. But him specifically was given the authority to seal this other world. Again, my memories are fragmented and not complete. But I know that he has a greater power than most of the other gods. He's one of the older ones, one of the first as well as Clothis.
Well,
Well,
so
what do
long
we
as we can make a pit stop, I think I'm on board.
As am I.
He looks over to Otto. Otto, and you?
Yes, I'm in.
Harmony? Are you there, sir?
Yeah. I mean, there's no proof that he has a way to kill a god, especially an old god, when they've already failed once.
Tell him to his face.
I'm assuming this is Harmony speaking, not Siren.
Yeah. That was Harmony, not me.
Savas sits back for a moment. He says, again, I can't promise you anything. I can only tell you my intention and hope that you join me. But either way, I'll do my best, even if I have to go through alone. With simply Isengiri by my side, I will do my best to right whatever wrongs I cast and to retain my daughter. So you can be absolutely assured that I will use the entirety of my strength and my power to destroy my father, to open that rift, whatever it costs me. Will you join me, Harmony?
Not anything that can sweeten the deal for her.
He looks at you and raises an eyebrow, but it's, what do you mean?
Power is usually one thing you go for, isn't it, Harmony?
Did you say hours?
Power.
Oh. In a form.
Do you have a request of me?
I mean, all I've learned from this conversation is that I got backstabbed by a little man for nothing. There's a potential that the binding agreement that I have isn't really as big of a deal as it was made to seem. And there is a chance that you can't kill a god and we all just get fucked.
Well, our contract is a contract, and we still agreed in blood that our eternal soul would be enslaved to whatever if we failed.
Oh, but technically isn't our internal soul if what we were shown or made believe already not ours? So how can we give away something that isn't ours to begin with?
You are the same
This-
soul, essentially. Is from what you can garner from the visions that you got, if you're to believe what you've seen, you're still that same soul. You were just pulled from your world and wiped of your identity and your memories by the gods, and have been being reincarnated here as some bartering tool or hostage, should that other world rise back up and attempt to seek some sort of vengeance.
Right. So we're technically already not in a position to give away what's not ours, even though it is.
It
It's
would be
yours.
worse.
It's yours either way. Your soul is yours. Your soul is just imprisoned. It's not technically the property of
Yeah,
the
we're
gods
we're
here.
hostages. We're not slaves. This would be becoming slaves.
I'll follow along for now.
On that note, um, can you tell us about some of the cursed objects that you had? Specifically about, you know, a cursed sword that maybe connects itself to your arm and makes you go insane sometimes.
I had many objects aboard the Theros. For a long time, I, stripped of memory, just wandered seeking adventure and to seek power in multiple ways, but I became bored and took it upon myself to start collecting dangerous things, dangerous objects, items that might be a threat to the world beyond or a threat to myself or my freedom or my crew, and I locked them away here. Well, not here. I locked them away aboard the Theros. There was a great many of them. Can you be more specific?
I'll look over at Harmony, and then look down at her blade and not say anything, but I'm gonna keep my eyes on it and hope that he just follows my gaze.
He stands back up and moves around the desk and notes agony. That is some ancient power. I don't know where it came from. I don't know who wielded it, but I know that it has a partner, a shield. Something evil resides within, something manipulative. It's not something you should have or communicate with. You should get rid of it. It will influence you to act on its own will. And I can assure you that whatever will this object has is not to your benefit. Speaking to you directly, Harmony.
She shrugs.
He moves back around the desk and sits down. He's, I cannot, I won't take it from you. If you believe yourself of a strong enough will to resist, then by all means, but just know that you are likely in great danger.
We're already in great danger, so
Honestly, her will might be strong enough.
I think that's the nicest thing you've ever said to me.
Fi is going to hop over to Harmony and kind of nuzzle up to her hand.
Why?
We talked about this.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah.
Fine. I'll look at me, Susan, and go, what?
Right here? Okay. Then Miaces is gonna cross his arms and look at her and say, I wanted to save this for later, but I've seen those tendrils before.
Well, you already threw me under the bus with the sword, so.
I didn't throw you under the bus. I just wanted to know about it.
Uh-huh.
Whatever it's tied to opposes all of the gods. I've had a run-in with it before, and so has Ashi.
Do you also believe that to be connected?
Yes, I believe that those tendrils that we see from the sword resemble the ones we saw coming out of the mine on that day all those years ago.
And the same thing leads me to believe that Galen might be involved and connected to this somehow as well.
Mhm.
I saw it from him as well.
Isengiri approaches and kneels down next to you, Harmony. Says, "Might
Oh,
I
God.
hold that blade?
No.
I might be able to tell you more about it. I will not take it from you. I will give it back."
Give me something of importance to you, and I will give it to you.
He unclasps his own blade, this massive katana that is several times your size, but sets it down and leans it up against the desk alongside you.
So, okay, fine. I'll hand him Agony, but I'm gonna go and like grab the sword and pull it onto the desk and sit with it on the desk.
Okay. Roll strength for me.
Hold on. I have to pull up the whatever.
Okay.
$11.
So Harmony flies over and begins tugging at this massive blade, trying to drag it up onto the desk. You make it budge a little bit, and it comes up off the floor a couple times. Not quite though. But Isengiri does reach forward and give it a push and helps you drag it up onto the desk, where you are able to drag it barely and sit on it. What are you what are you doing?
Like, kind of holding it in my lap, you know?
Okay. Yeah, it's pretty heavy, so you're probably
That's fine.
have a bit of a strained, painful face, but sure.
It's the
He
soup all over again.
it is the Sumo. Isengiri has agony. For a moment, the tendrils, as they arc out, reach towards you, Harmony. He holds the blade to the side and sort of stares at it for a moment as that black mist-like energy starts to emit from him, and the tentacles move back. They arc towards him, but you notice they don't attempt to reach onto his arm. He closes his eyes for a moment and very suddenly drops the blade and stumbles backwards. He opens his eyes in almost sheer terror. This entity within that blade, it is of our world, of the past world, the sealed world. It's something violent, something terrible. I believe it's trapped somehow, but it has great rage. It seeks vengeance.
No wonder it's my
Going to
best
look
friend.
over at Ashi for a moment before looking up at Isangiri and say, if this entity took things from this world, would we find them in our world?
There should be no way to reach that world that I'm aware of. If there is,
I believe that this creature was sealed away, but there are people in this world trying to release it.
it's possible it's in some sort of prison crafted by your gods. Something that crept through before they could seal our old realm. If it's attempting to escape this prison, or if rifts have opened and it brought something inside, it is likely that whatever it has acquired, it has refit or repurposed for the means of its vengeance. But I can
understand
assume
that,
you
but
would find them with it.
Okay.
But I can't tell you for sure. I don't know. This thing, I glimpsed it for a moment. I have some memories of it, but I can't place them. But I know that it's powerful and violent and wrong. He looks to you, Harmony, specifically. He says, you can retake the blade if you'd like, but I won't touch it again.
I will take it back.
He regrasps his katana off the desk and reattached it to a belt on his waist and steps to the back of the room. He looks very shaken at the moment as he looks out at the water. Steps behind Savas, who's still seated.
I go take agony.
The tendrils immediately latch onto you and reach up your arm, further than you allowed it to the last time.
Excuse me. We had an agreement.
Why would you give me to that thing?
Because my companions forced me to.
We should not be separated.
Okay, well then go back to our agreement and we won't be separated.
Make an intelligence saving throw.
Oh dear Lord. Okay, I have to roll an actual dice. Hold on.
Okay.
The app isn't working.
It's okay. I prefer you roll real dice.
I know, but I don't like rolling real dice.
That's
The app is
awful.
nicer to me.
You're
You
an
spent
awful
all
person.
this money on beautiful dice.
You've linked this so many sets.
I know, because they're in their pretty little cases.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, I rolled a 20.
Okay. This is why you roll real dice, sorry. Digital dice are vile. So, for a moment, the tendrils reach up and try to grasp your entire arm. You feel them slapping against your skin very quickly as they reach through. But you're able to access that sheer stubborn nature that Harmony depends so much on. And the fury of this thing resisting you and resisting your will comes out, and they immediately start to pull back and retract. You get a sense of anger, of rage from this thing as it does, but it inevitably seeps and calms down, and the tentacles return to their place just around your wrist.
You and I are going to have a conversation later, mister.
Lazuli's gonna kind
That's
of
right.
like
Put him in timeout.
look from Harmony and this and back to either Savas or yeah, probably both of them, Savas and Isangiri, and kind of be like raising their eyebrows and kind of like, yeah, I told you.
Savas's eyes are just wide at this point. He's like, I don't want anything to do with whatever that is, but if you can control it and use it against our enemies, by all means.
I'm currently having a moral dilemma
Mhm.
that I don't know how to act out.
How's Ashi feeling right now?
Not good,
Mhm.
because it's pretty much been cemented that this weapon is connected to, if not like a direct connection, to the thing that took his family from him.
Right.
Yeah, Mia sees this feeling it
Which
too
I don't
on a
know
lesser
how.
degree than Ashi, but
Yeah, I mean, I don't
like,
know how to like have a confrontation that big in RP.
I mean, put yourself in Ashi's shoes and Ashi's mind. If this is something that important, what would he do?
So don't use that weapon. That cursed thing is connected directly to the creature that took my family from me. It's not. There's nothing good that could come from it.
Harmony.
Um,
Go ahead and take your time with how you want to proceed with this, because you guys are now crossing into a dangerous place with your relationship with this weapon. Isengiri, for his part, still has his back turned, but his head is turned to the side. He's listening and paying very close attention to these interactions here. Anybody else in the party as well, if you want to influence this somehow, by all
yeah,
means.
I would like to pipe in with my experiences with this thing. I'm going to say, like, from Ashi's stories, you know, the thing that is speaking to you through that blade has enslaved people. I've also seen it drain the life out of people, leaving them to be literally just skin and bones. You know, it all it wants is to destroy the world, and it wants to kill the gods, but it won't hesitate to go through the citizens of Theros to do that. I just don't want something to happen to you, Harmony. I don't want to lose you to this thing.
Seen what it has done to people, fully encompassing them, controlling them. You could completely lose yourself to it and be under its complete control.
What are you thinking, Harmony?
I mean, as awful as this sounds, like she understands everything that they've gone through, but the route that they're going right now, she would rather have an all-powerful sword than nothing. Especially if nobody can promise that she's going to survive. So she'd rather throw in her lot with a sword that can potentially kill a god than nothing.
You say as much to your friends?
Yep.
Lazuli's gonna look to Savas again, and say the amount of trouble we're about to get in with all of this, I can understand why she wants to keep it. And her will has been incredibly impressive so far. She has maintained herself, and she's had it for a while now. Do you have something, I can't quite say comparable power, because I don't know the extent of its power. But are you aware of any other weapons of legend that perhaps aren't trying to kill everything in Theros?
He looks thoughtful for a moment. Say, if we can reach the fragmented Theros in the underworld, there are some items that I had sealed away. I'm afraid I don't have much aboard our current world, Theros, but our current world Theros here on Theros. But if we can reach that old vessel in the underworld, there was much that I'd acquired during my time in God realms that can assist us.
I'll.
Mhm.
Oh,
Good.
I was just gonna say that I'll look to Harmony and ask if we can get you something equally as powerful. Would you give up agony at that point? You don't have to give it up now, but if we can get you something else.
He Isengiri turns and approaches you, Harmony specifically. Says, "Would you like to kill the creature within that blade?"
Define kill the creature.
If I can help you
I
open,
would.
he looks to you, Ashus. I know your family is affiliated with this somehow. If we
They're
can
currently
find,
trapped in its realm.
if we can
I
find,
don't know if.
good.
I was just saying that I don't know if they're still holding them, but that is where they are.
If we can find its pair, its partner, the shield, we might be able to gain access to its prison, if that is
I
indeed
have
the realm
reason
it's
to
sealed in.
believe that Galen has the
Yeah.
shield.
And he's hunting you, yes?
Yes.
Say we lay a trap, wait for him. When we reach the underworld, defeat him, take the shield. It's possible that I could use my powers and my abilities to open a rift into that realm. If we cross over, we can defeat whatever sentience is reaching through that item to you. It's possible there we might be able to acquire power.
Would the power remain if the sentience was gone?
The sentience was gone, I can use whatever remains of the creature to forge a weapon. I would give this to you, Harmony.
Sure.
Are you still holding the blade right now? Or did you sheath it?
No, I think I'm still holding it.
You can hear those whispers in your mind. Agony reaching out to you. It's like, don't listen to them, they lie. You will find no power, only the power that I give to you through this blade. What do you think, Harmony?
I mean, Lazuli pretty much asked the question that Harmony would have asked in regards to the power, but Agony also does hold a very valid point. So,
What would you like to
you
do?
know what? Fine, I will roll for insight because that's what I'm being told to do.
Is there some DM conversations going on here?
No, it's public.
It's very public
Oh, it's
DM
oh, oh, I see. You're inciting the blade?
Can I insight everything?
Sure. Define everything. What are you trying to?
Both what's his face Ishingiri said, Ishingiri and Agony.
Okay.
And I rolled a 22.
Okay. So you feel a connection with Isengiri specifically. When you look at him, he feels trustworthy, and he feels like somebody like you feel like you've known him. Given the memories that you've seen now, that you're still wary of. You're not sure that you trust everything that you saw, or you've been in experiences before, especially during your times in the Feywild, where you've been lied to and taken advantage of, and this sort of thing. So it's hard for you, Harmony, to accept any truth if you don't have blatant proof in front of you. But that connection you feel is real. You can't really define how or why, but you feel the connection is real with that world, and you can feel that connection to that world when you look at Isengiri, which leads you to believe in your heart that he's being honest with you. Agony, you know that enticement is real, that it likely has power that it wants to give you, and you felt it while you've wielded the weapon. But you also know that you've been struggling with this thing, that it lashes out at you, that it tries to take control, it reaches into your mind, uh, which is an obvious breach of trust. So your thought process would definitely lead you to follow through and sort of eyeing the two and thinking back on your interactions with both. It's more likely that Isengiri is being truthful with you and that the blade is still seeking to manipulate you somehow.
All right, fine. I will not entirely believe both, but I'll go along with the plan that Isengiri said.
Make an intelligence saving throw.
Oh, dear Lord. 13.
As you agree and nod, those tendrils and tentacles reach out from the blade again, wrapping around your arm tightly this time. You feel your circulation almost being cut as this thing reaches up and travels along your arm almost up to your shoulder. But you're again, this time, just barely able to resist and force it back. The rest of the party, you see, as Harmony agrees, you see that blade reach out and grasp at Harmony, almost attempting to pull her into it. But after a second or two, you see her again steal that stubborn will, that refusal to be controlled, and those tendrils slowly begin to snake grudgingly back into the blade itself until they're no longer holding you at all.
Please sheath the sword.
Fine, I will sheathe the sword, but you and I, mister, we're having a conversation later. You're in
Are you
trouble.
talking to Agony or to Miaces?
Agony.
Okay.
You get no response from the blade as you sheath it again, but you feel a nagging pain from the attempt to control you again.
That hoe.
Isengiri steps back and away and returns to his position, looking out at the waters. Without looking at you, he speaks to you all. He says, "I can only promise to do my best for you, but if we can find this realm along the way, Savas, I would advise we take care of that before we approach the Palace of Erebos." Savas nods, and he looks to Harmony and Ashi. Says, "Again, I feel a great responsibility for the things that have happened here. For my part in whatever ancient war took place. And I'd like to do what I can for you. So if your family is there, I will join you. I'll cross into whatever prison realm this thing exists in, and I will help you.
Thank you.
Savas nods. He looks at all of you again. He says, so, have you all decided then, for sure? You're ready for this?
Yes.
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 Do you have anything else you'd like to discuss with us?
The important people that we may have seen in our memories, are they still in that other world? Are we able to find them if we can lift the seal?
Gary turns around, walks up and places his hand on the desk. He says, I'm sorry. My memory has not entirely been restored. I don't know who survived to be sealed away. I can tell you the only way you can find answers would be to succeed, to reopen the seal, gain entry into that world, and find your own answers. I can tell you if that's the path you seek to travel, I'll walk it with you.
It is for me. I want to find Kaima, right? Was mine?
For Macy's Kaima, yes.
Yeah. I want to see if I can't find Kaima.
You were able to actually remember a name.
Yes. I think Kaima is separate from Phi, but Phi was also with me in that other world. As different. She appeared differently, but I'm sure it's the same for all of you. You were all appearing differently, just as I was. But I remember the name Kaima, and that they were very important to me.
Did Keranos appear at any point, blocking any of your memories?
I don't think I saw the face of Keranos. Did I, Bert?
You did that.
Okay. No, I did not see the face of Keranos at all in my memories.
Then why?
Did you see Keranos?
Yes, multiple times.
Well, we can
We'll find
try
more
to find
information.
answers together. Yeah.
We're heading straight for him. Had about enough of that bastard in my life.
So does anybody else have any more questions for Savas or Isengiri? Otto, you've been kind of silent.
No, I don't got any questions. I've asked my the doubts that I had. I think.
Otto just needs another song, so then that way, he can sing about what he didn't do.
Jesus. Shots.
A good story is a good story.
All right. So Savas stands up. It's like, well, if that's all, then we'll be at sea for several days as we approach the last known location of the Theros. I believe we'll be able to find it quite quickly. My friend Eskelos, the captain of this vessel, knows the way. He seems to know the location. He's one of the best there is. He's seen things many others on Theros have not. I believe he can get us there safely. Once there, we'll sail right into the storm. You all have reign of the ship. You can go where you'd like. I'd advise gaining as much strength as you can. But we'll all be here. If you need anything, seek us out along the journey. Isengiri nods. He's like, yes, if you are all content with the information I've provided, I need to rest. Are you all good with concluding this meeting and going about the rest of your day?
Yeah.
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 Yeah, I'll thank Isangiri.
Yeah.
Okay. Isengiri
Thank
nods,
you.
bows lightly, and steps out of the chamber towards the lower sections of the ship. Savas as well, he looks at you all and says, thank you. I know you all have great reason to hate me. I know you're different people now, though still fragmented, somewhat the same. I know you've lived different lives, and we're all quite different than we were whenever all of this took place ages ago. But I thank you for joining me in this, and I'll do my best to atone for whatever sins I've committed. He puts his arm around Belle, and she still looks pretty traumatized. She's been sitting listening to this entire interaction, but is quite upset at whatever she saw. They both step out of the room and down into the lower quarters of the ship as well. So from there, you all have a few days aboard this ship. You can spend them however you like. If you'd like to seek out more information, if there's anything you'd like to do in an extended downtime here, that's an option. Just let me know what you'd like to do in these few days as you cycle through. But if you'd like to just await arriving at this location, this apparent location of the Theros, then that's fine as well.
I would like
Is
to s-
Isangiri resting like the entire time, or is he like just resting that night?
You know for sure that he rests that night. If you'd like to check on him in the following days, he's usually you find him in sort of deep meditative states. But if you'd
Yeah,
like
I
to question
would.
him further, you can.
I don't necessarily want to question him. I kind of just want to spend time with him. I don't really like I'm not expecting him to help me with more memories, but like if I find him in meditative states, then I'll probably just end up I'll just end up meditating like alongside him. I just want to spend time with him
Okay.
and like befriend him at this point.
Okay. So Macy's wants to focus on Isengiri.
I would like to spend some time with that book.
Okay. You want to attempt to decode it, I believe.
I would like to attempt to decode it.
Okay. Harmony, what are you doing in your travel time?
I should probably have a long, hard talk with Agony.
Okay. You want to interact with Agony?
Yeah.
Okay. Otto?
There's not anything Otto wants to do specifically other than actually go with Savas to where we want to go. So Otto is just doing nothing, just going around the ship, minding his own business.
Okay. I'll have something for you then. And Ashi.
I don't know.
Nothing in particular?
No.
Okay. Okay, so Lazuli, I'm gonna have you roll straight intellect. I want you to give me 2 separate intellect rolls.
All right. A 19.
Okay.
And a 13.
Okay. Okay, and then we're gonna go to Miaces. Miaces, roll persuasion once and insight once.
Dirty 20 persuasion.
Okay.
Insight is a nat 20.
Okay. Harmony, we're going to do your agony interaction direct, so I'm going to have you roll when we do that. Otto, roll perception once and investigation once.
Okay. A nat 1 on perception
Holy shit, man. Okay,
and a 17 investigation.
perfect. Okay.
Oh wait, the one I can reroll.
Yeah. If you're lucky.
And it was a nat 20 this time. Oh my god.
Okay. You're a
I
freaking
love
nature
being a
slut.
halfling. Yeah.
Okay. Ashi, I'm going to have you do the same as Otto. I'm going to have you roll perception and investigation.
Like separately?
Yep.
What was the first one? Perception?
Perception, yeah.
13.
13. Okay. And investigation?
9.
Okay. Okay. So, the first day that you're at sea, Otto, you spend a lot of time above deck. You don't notice anything in particular. But the second day, you notice a ship out in the distance. Looks like it's a good ways out in the distance. Seems to be traveling perpendicular with the vessel that you're on. Do you want to share that information?
Yes.
Okay.
Who's near me?
You can share it with whatever you'd like. Who do you want to go to and give that information?
Is anyone from our group nearby? Up above deck?
You're on a ship with everybody, so there's nobody far away. So you can go and give that info to whoever you'd like.
Yeah, whoever's closest to me, I guess.
Pick somebody.
I guess Otto had more interactions with Mises, so he would go to Mises.
Okay.
Either Mises or Lazuli, whoever's closer.
Okay.
I think Lazuli's deciphering that.
Yeah,
book.
Lazuli is locked away. So Miaces, Otto approaches you.
Okay. What's going on? What did you see?
There's a ship over there. Do we have any tools so we can have a better look at it?
Yeah, can I like roll a perception to see if it's flying any colors that
Sure.
I can see from here?
Sure.
Okay. 26.
Okay. So it's a very large ship. In the distance, it looks very small, but you've got a pretty good idea of these sort of things, living in a coastal city and growing up in a coastal city. It looks like the ship is pretty massive compared to the vessel that you're on right now. You also note that it has dark sails and some reddish glow about it.
Like a magical reddish glow, not like fire.
Not like fire. It's hard to
I-
say from the distance that you're at. It could be something on the interior of the vessel that's causing the glow. You can't really tell if it's magical or not, but it doesn't look like fire.
I think we should tell the captain of the ship.
Yeah, I'm gonna wave down. We're like I can see Eskelos at the helm from where I am, right?
He's not currently at the helm, but you could definitely find him if you need to.
Okay, well, who's at the helm right now?
Just a random crew member. One of the
I'm
three.
gonna let them know first and say, hey, there's a ship pretty big right out that way, and like point in the direction. And then I'll let him know that I'm gonna go find Eskelos to tell him.
He nods, like, yeah, find the captain immediately. And you hear him shout across the deck to one of the other crew members.
All right, and then I'll look down to Otto and say, do you want to split up and find the captain with me?
Sure.
Okay.
If I find any of our other party members, I'm gonna also let them know.
Yep. Yeah. This might be a fight.
So we're gonna pause you guys there. This would be day 2 now that you encountered this ship. So, Miaces specifically, we'll start with you first. You've had a couple interactions with this Ingiri. The first day after you woke up from your rest, you did find him towards the rear of the ship meditating. Dead Rose was pretty close by. You spent some time communicating with this Ingiri. You sat down and meditated with him, and he rose from the meditation after a short time, and you shared a bit of interaction. He told you a little bit about his memories from this past world. You know that he believes he arrived in Theros by accident. That unlike the group of you who were taken and had your memories stripped away and sealed, he slipped through somehow in the battle. He ended up very wounded, and he believes his memory loss is in relation to those wounds, not due to any of the interaction with the gods. And he believes that they don't really know very much about him. That they see him as something small and meaningless and not really a direct threat. Until he became involved with Savas, and that's when they paid a little closer attention to him. But you know that he remembers this world fondly. He has some memories of a childhood a very long time ago that he believes he was quite old within this world. And he believes Dead Rose was another individual who had spent time in this realm. And Dead Rose reveals that he also had an experience with this Ingiri, sort of revealing past memories as well. Though he wasn't really willing to share. He seems to be very sad and more traumatized about them as well. After that, you spent a little more time and continued meditating and sort of peacefully spending this day. Welcome back. With Isengiri. Dead Rose went about his time on the ship, and you went to sleep the following day, and then on your way to sort of keep working with Isengiri, you encountered the situation with Otto.
Sounds good. Thank you.
No worries. Lazuli. Are you back, Lassie? Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So you sit down with this book. You immediately recognize the code work. It's code work specifically from your detachment within the 13th.
Oh.
You know for a fact that whoever Sidon was of a higher rank than you, but you're not. You have no idea how to tell who or what level he was. But you know that he was within your network specifically. He may or may not have been aware of you in your alignment as well, but you're able to decipher the first couple pages of this journal during the first day. You spend the entirety of the night and most of the day of the next day working to decode this. The first page is a status report about a very, very personal mission. He seemed to be tracking somebody, following somebody that he believed was a traitor to the 13th. It speaks almost in riddles, like he was encoding this himself in case somebody came across the journal and the information, that it would be difficult for them to decode as well. So it's very difficult for you to sort of piece it together. That's why it takes you so much time.
Yeah, especially because this isn't my area anyways.
Yes. But you understand the code and how to write it, so you're able to sort of decipher it, even though you're not a code breaker. You have a very base understanding of how they do things, so you're able to take the time and sort of glean as much information as you can. And you know that he was tracking some sort of a traitor within the organization, and that he felt a need to record the information should something happen to him, for somebody else within the organization to find and use to determine who this individual is if he failed in his mission. In the writings on the first couple pages, he expresses that he hasn't revealed this fact to anybody else. He doesn't want to create suspicion if it's unfounded. But he has very tangible evidence of its truth. The second page details he spent time within Neil Lanson tracking this individual. He stumbled across them accidentally. Doesn't define who or how. There's a chunk of the page that you really can't make heads or tails of, but the end of the page dictates that perhaps there was a second individual, a second Sidon, who he replaced. So whoever this individual was in a Sidon disguise, so to speak. Doesn't dictate exactly what happened to the original Sidon. And that's all you're able to gather so far in the first day and the time that it takes you to decode.
Okay.
Along the second day, you start working on it about the point that you hear above deck a lot of commotion happening.
We'll go check.
Okay.
And I'm keeping this on me.
Okay. Harmony.
Yes.
Okay. So the first night after this meeting, you sleep. This time, you're again visited in your dreams. Your eyes open spontaneously in the middle of the night, and you find yourself again in that dark black and white world. You immediately recognize as you're this dream realm that you always find yourself in when this entity attempts to communicate with you.
Okay.
The wooden chamber of the ship that you are in has disappeared. You sit up from your bed and you seem to be surrounded by a very dark forest. I actually have an image for you of this. In a moment, I will send it to you. There's no sign of that entity that's always communicating with you.
It was just a forest?
You just seem to be in the middle of this large forest. It's reminiscent to you.
Is it the Feywilds?
It feels like it, but you're not sure. Something's different about it. As you sort of come to and wake up from that more half asleep state, you see your bed is at the foot of a large staircase leading into a larger castle-like structure. I'm going to give you the image here of this.
I'm gonna go up the stairs.
You travel up the stairs. You get a sense that you spent a lot of time in this place. You know that it's a piece of some memory that you lost of this life. You've had a lot of struggles with old memories recently, but you know for sure that this is of your current Harmony's life. You feel like it was something that you spent time in while you were lost in the Feywild. It felt safe to you, and it doesn't feel like that now. As you travel up the staircase, you see Agony, the actual blade, resting in front of a very small pedestal of some kind. Next to it is the shield that you believe is connected to it. They sit separate from each other. The sword itself has some energy sort of emanating from it. It's the same blackish white color as the rest of the world around you, The shield, you note, does not have that energy as well.
Does the shield have any energy that I can see?
No, it just honestly looks like a regular shield if it weren't for that black oozing like tendril about it, just like agony.
Okay. I'm just gonna like ask in general, why am I here?
So in the area that you're in, which is sort of like in this open courtyard, looking at the sword and this shield at the top of that staircase, you hear from behind you and off to your left that same voice of that entity. It's like, I missed you. I wanted to bring you here just so I could see you.
Oh, it's my dream buddy.
Yeah, looking back, it appears to be that same entity that's always communicating with you. This time, it's garbed in what looks to be very fine clothing. Its face is absolute darkness. No signs of features at all. No face, no eyes, no nose. Just a black void. The cape it's wearing is bright red, and it stands out because it's the only thing in this black and white world that you're in that has any color.
Why have you brought me here this time?
I'd say is it wrong to want to see you? I miss you.
Okay, but why? And why with them? And I'm gonna point to Agony and the shield.
Well, I've come to think of them as your siblings almost. I know you've been fighting recently. I want to try to help. How can I help?
How can you help?
Well, do I brought the blade back to you because I believed you wanted it, and now you seem opposed to it. Do you want me to take it back? I can take it back.
It's not that I'm opposed to the blade. The blade refuses to cooperate with me. If it would stop, like, trying to attack me every single 5 seconds, we would probably have a better understanding.
Would you like something else? I can find you something else.
To find something else.
Well, I don't. What would you like?
Well, supposedly, according to my companions, agony can kill gods. Is that accurate?
I don't know. I don't know much about it. I know that it meant something to you, and that's why I went and retrieved it and brought it to you.
So I would need something that can kill gods if I'm to replace agony.
Something that can kill gods. Why would you do this? That's too
Why
much
not?
danger. Just return to me in the wilds.
Why don't you return to me in the not wilds?
I know you don't remember, but I can't leave here.
Well, then we're at an impasse.
Well, as much as I'd wish for you to return to me, I want you to have your fun and your adventures. So just tell me, what would you like? I'll take agony. You don't have to deal with its troublesome nature anymore, and I'll throw it somewhere else, and I'll give you something else. What would you like?
No, that's not going to work for me.
He
I would like information on a giant. Can you
well,
get me information on a giant that lives in Nyx?
Nyx, a
I think
giant.
that's right. Yes.
What does this giant look like?
It's a woman, and I don't remember much else. It was like on some battle. I don't remember what the battlefields were named. Did I write it down in my notes? Was I that good? Did not write it down in my notes. Shit. Well, anyways, she lives in the middle of a battlefield and a field in the world. And she made my companions include me in a blood promise, and I need out of it.
Do you think she wants to hurt you?
Potentially, if we don't actually fulfill the promise.
Well, I can't allow that.
Exactly.
I will find her.
Okay.
If I find her, will you return to me when you're done with your adventure?
When I'm done with the adventure. Sure.
Okay.
But only when I consider the adventure to be over.
But you promise you will return.
Yes.
Okay. Then I will find her.
Okay.
Anything for you, Harmony.
Brilliant.
Well, would you like to sit with me for a while?
I suppose so. Do you have any tips for an unruly sword?
An unruly sword. He shifts over and pats the bench next to him.
I will go sit next to him.
It's a very inviting presence. It's brings back a lot of memories and a lot of emotions. You feel like you spent a lot of time with this thing. Um, but you also get sort of a sour taste in your mouth, like it tricked you somehow, and you don't remember what it was or what happened, but it pissed you off. Uh, he seems to be musing as you're sort of like coming back to these memories. The closer you get to him when you sit down. A troublesome sword. Uh, how troublesome? What has it done?
Well, it keeps attacking me whenever I don't do what it wants.
Interesting. Have you tried to attack it back?
No.
Everything can feel pain, Harmony. I'm sure you remember that.
How would you attack a sword back?
Everything can be hurt. Experiments. You were always so good at your experiments.
Oh God. What did I experiment on?
You don't remember?
No.
Well, your memories will return to you in time. If you return to me here, I'm sure you'll find them all again.
Or our newest companion might be able to restore memories.
You have a new companion.
Yes.
Ah. Well, I hope you don't like him better than me.
He's not nearly as cryptic.
That's unfortunate.
And I know his name.
You always did like a good puzzle.
I do like a good puzzle, but I also like knowing names.
I'm afraid I can't tell you my name, but you'll remember it someday.
Or you could give me a puzzle to try to figure it out myself.
Roll persuasion.
Okay. Well, so wait, I have to add the 5. 4. It's 4. 22.
How about a riddle?
Okay.
Okay, here's your puzzle, Harmony. My full powers come when my makers are dead. I await a heavy hat to put on my head. What am I?
Wait, my full powers come when my makers are dead, and then what was the other part?
I await a heavy hat to put on my head.
Full powers come when my makers are dead. I await a heavy hat to put on my head.
Yes.
And that's his name?
That's the puzzle.
Well, I mean, I know that's the puzzle.
He leans back and he's like, well, it was great seeing you, Harmony. Enjoy your adventure. And he just slowly fades away into this reddish black mist that dissipates into the air and leaves you alone in that black and white world.
The other times though, I was able to see a face, right? This was the only time that I haven't seen a face.
It's always obscured in some way. He takes different forms.
Oh,
But this is the first time that it's just been this void.
okay. So like it normally does have a face to some extent.
To some extent, it usually has some sort of features. You've seen him in the form of a minotaur.
Yeah.
Again, it was more of a like dark energy about him, but he had more features. So he usually has eyes at least. He's had a mouth before. He's had a nose before. He's never just had like a void before. But he does change form. He's never the same form every time you see him.
Okay. That's what I thought. I just wanted to confirm.
So he's left you just sort of sitting in that world. You're still in it for the moment.
Can I explore the castle? Or whatever it is?
You want to stand up and leave this courtyard?
Yes.
Okay. So you stand up. You move up the stairs. Roll perception for me very quickly.
Hold on.
Mhm.
An 8.
You look around for a moment. You get the sense that you've been here, and you remember there's something really important close by. You look around for a moment before you're suddenly jolted back awake. You're thrown out of your bed back on the ship onto the floor as if something crazy's going on. You can hear a lot of commotion above deck.
Okay. I'll go up deck.
Okay. Ashi. Are you with us, Phil?
Yeah.
Okay. So you sleep okay through the night, but you have just nightmares and memories sort of flooding back to you. Not just related to like everything that's been going on, but just with that conversation that you had with Isengiri and Savas and all these revelations about the blade, about agony, about the connection to your parents. It starts to just bring all those things to the surface. You see in these nightmares those moments, those last moments of your father before he was sealed down in that ruin outside of Scophos. You see the time that you were in that mine with Miaces, that giant, massive creature beneath the rift in the floor that sorceress had been trying to open. In the nightmare, when you're in that mine, the creature reaches an arm up through the ground and pulls itself out. Its upper body sort of reaches up out of the pit, and its arm reaches for you. In its eyes, you sense something familiar, like it's something you recognize, and you connect it to that memory of yourself in that old world, that prison, that thing that you sealed away. You don't know what it was, but you know that whatever this thing is, you make the connection within this nightmare that it's one of the same. You wake up suddenly again as the ship is rocked by some force, almost throws you out of bed. What do you do, Ashi?
What time is it? Is it the middle of the night?
No, you've slept through the morning. It's almost midday at this point. Again, you hear commotion above deck. Something actively is going on.
Okay, I will get up to go investigate.
Okay. So Otto, you're the first one to find the captain. You find Askelos towards the front of the ship. He has a spyglass out, but he's looking ahead at something.
Hey, Captain. You might want to turn that over that way, and I point towards the ship.
He spins around and his eyes go wide for a moment, and he rushes off to the mid deck to the side of the ship and looks through the spyglass. Immediately begins shouting to the other crew members like, "Arm up! Arm up!" And he moves immediately to the helm. The rest of the party, Harmony and well, not yet. Harmony, not Harmony and Ashi yet. Lazuli, you're above deck at this point. You see Miaces looking for the captain as he rushes off towards the center of the deck and begins shouting. Otto, did you follow him?
Yeah. I'm gonna follow him, but I'm also gonna talk to him. Like, you look very worried. Do you know that ship?
I believe your friend Galen has found us.
Oh, terrific. I think we're gonna kill him again.
I hope so.
All right. Do you need any help for getting ready for it?
Well, it depends on what you all want to do. At this point, Savas and Isengiri both emerge as well. Harmony and Asha, you guys are not here yet, but Lazuli, Miaces, and Otto, Savas looks to you all. He's like, well, that's very likely your friend Galen. The ship itself looks powered somewhat. I don't believe we can outrun him.
How
I
far
know
away is the ship right now?
it's almost at least 1,000 feet away, but it's approaching very quickly, and it seems to be running alongside your vessel. He looks to all of you. He's like, I know you want to acquire that shield. We meant to set a trap, but here he comes anyway. Are you ready for another fight? Do we turn and face him?
He's just going to keep coming after us if we don't.
I agree. I think that we need to settle this if we can.
Otto?
Yeah. Let's face him.
So, as you're sort of having the discussion, Savas looks to Eskelos, gives him sort of a signal. Eskelos looks really upset for a moment. He's like, God damn it. He begins to spin the wheel. Up above, Sad Ted is sort of swinging from the rigging of the ship. He lands on the helm wheel as Eskelos is sort of spinning around him. He's running alongside. You see he draws a blade from his side and seems like he's ready to fight. The ship reels around very suddenly. Ashi and Harmony are both sort of thrown awake at this moment. You both come up from the lower decks of the ship as you begin turning towards some massive dark vessel.
Quick question: do I see Isanagi above deck?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, Isengiri is with Savas and is with Lazuli and Otto and you. Harmony and Ashi, do you join the rest of the party?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's no library to run off to this time. Or is there? Is there a library on the ship? No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm going to...
There might be.
We
So
can't run off to it.
Savas draws a blade. You notice it. I'm going to give you the image as well because I have not linked him in a second. That blade again, it starts to glow with black, purplish energy that just emanates from it and goes off into the air as he pulls it from its sheath. He looks to Askelos. He says, "You know what to do, right?" Askelos looks back at Savas like, "Yeah, I know what to do." Savas nods to him. He's like, "All right, Askelos and I have performed this maneuver in the past. I say we board that ship. Would you all care to join me?"
Absolutely.
Going right into the heart.
Everybody on board with us?
We're going into the storm?
No, you're going to board Galen's ship. That's you're spinning towards right now.
Oh,
Yeah, this is
sure.
not the Theros yet. You're still a couple days out from likely from where the Theros is located.
Okay. Guess we're going on the ship.
Like, all right, everybody, take position up. Get ready. Hold on to something. Get alongside of this ship.
I'll follow their lead.
Okay. Savas hops up on the edge wall along the side of the ship and grabs onto the rigging. Isengiri moves up towards the front of the ship. Belle actually comes out from this point as well, and she's got 2 blades drawn and readies herself also.
I'm casting mage armor on myself.
Okay. Harmony, are you actually doing that?
Yes?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I was gonna ask if there's any one place that we're all trying to board from. If not, I'll go with Isengiri to the front of the ship.
It seems like Savas is deemed to jump right for the midpoint, sort of where he's set up. But if you want to join Isengiri, you can, absolutely.
I think I will, because I'm a ranged character and I get into melee way too fucking much.
Okay. So Isengiri moves up towards the front of the ship. You see him pretty much perch himself up almost directly on the front, on the bow of the vessel, and like he's clearly ready himself to launch at this point. Do you do something similar?
How close is a mast to me that I could climb?
That'd be further away. So you would move towards the front mast of the ship, which it's pretty close. It's close enough that you can like reach it and begin to climb, but it would put you away from Isengiri.
Yeah, I kind of changed my mind. I want to climb up the mast a little bit. I don't like if there's anywhere before the very, very top to stop. I want to stop there. I just want a little bit of height.
Okay.
Oh fuck! I won't be able to carry Harmony with me if I try to use my glider, will I?
You can hold on.
Okay, as long as like the glider won't make us fall.
No, Harmony
That's
is not
fine.
heavy. Yeah.
Okay.
I
Okay,
mean,
cool.
worst case scenario is I
Can also fly.
I can fly.
Yeah. But for now, you could stay on my horns though.
I just, like, Bert says grab onto something, so.
Okay. So yeah, Harmony, you're last on Amias's horns as Amias begins to climb that rigging, the mast. You're able to find a pretty decent spot, like a cross mast, and perch yourself on top of that if you'd like.
Yeah, that's where I'm gonna stay. I'm gonna stay up there.
Okay. Lazuli, you're sticking by Savas.
Yes.
Okay. Otto.
Wait, how is everyone going towards that ship? Are we just driving our ship over there?
Yeah. At the moment, you're
Sailing ship.
at the moment Askelos is spinning the wheel around. You guys are coming about to sort of head directly towards it, and Savas has indicated that he means to board that vessel.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna hang a little bit more on the back as support, casting the spells from the back. Yeah. And
Are you
can
gonna
I
board with them?
I will think about it. Depending on the distance, I can do some stuff from a little distance away, but I would like to. No, I'm gonna leave that for later. Never mind.
Okay.
I'm just gonna stand a little bit in the back, like 20 feet away from the group.
Okay. So you want to stay like in towards the center of the ship, away from the sides?
Yes.
Okay. And then Ashi? Are you with us, Val?
Yeah.
How would you like to position yourself for this? Do you want to like get up and move to board with Savas and Lazuli? Do you want to move up towards where
No,
Isingiri went?
I'm not feeling well.
Yeah, we're about to finish. We're not going to go through a whole combat scenario. It's 11:45. I just want to get your positioning for this.
I don't know. I can go anywhere.
Okay, so we'll just post you up with like near Lazuli and Savas then. Do you want to board the vessel?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so I'm marking down your positions. Okay, so as you all sort of get up and brace yourself, Eskelos finishes turning that wheel about and starts driving the vessel directly towards what is apparently Galen's ship. That vessel seemingly notices and begins to turn towards you as well. The two ships almost playing a game of chicken, going right at each other and speeding up as the wind catches with both. You notice as you're approaching, Galen's vessel start to glow more of an ominous red, and you see that purplish energy as well that you recognize sort of as that same energy that he emitted when you met him in Neolanton. The entire ship sort of has that glow. As you're racing towards each other and increasing in speed as you approach, you see a good number of individuals on that ship. As you're getting closer, you can see them all sort of running and hustling about. Savas sort of leans in and he shouts to all of you. He's like, "Okay, Bryce, get ready." He looks to Eskelos and gives him another signal, and Eskelos nods. Sad Ted like runs through and hops up onto Savas's shoulder with his little sword drawn. As the ships are about to make contact, like heading towards each other at full speed, Eskelos just wrenches the wheel off to the side, to the point where the back of your ship makes contact with the front of Galen's. You're all thrown a bit, but you're able to hold on. I'm not going to make you roll anything. You're able to hold on, and the ship takes the hit pretty well. You see, like it sustains some damage in the back, but it whips your vessel along the side and crashes directly into Galen's vessel. So the sides of the ships are just pressed right against each other. The members of the crew on the front begin to lash some sort of device to the side of the vessel and fire it off, slightly in front of where Isingiri is located. It's like a grappling hook of sorts, and it latches onto Galen's vessel and pulls in, sort of sealing your ships together. At that point, Galen shouts and dives off onto the deck. Isingiri as well draws that massive blade of his and dives onto the deck, more towards the back of Galen's vessel at this point. And we're going to end the session there.
Right.
We're all gonna die.
Nothing like a good cliffhanger.
We'll
What
pick up combat towards the next session.
What about my vicious mockery for Galen? I had the ideas
Oh yeah, because
all
you
lined up.
Just write
from
it,
last
write them
time.
down.
I'm gonna spend the whole session just casting vicious mockery on that guy.
You have a whole week to think about all of the insults that you want to shoot at Galen.
Yeah, I want you to
I
write something
already
down. They
have
better be
all of it.
fucking good.
I already have some.
Oh man, you've been preparing? What?
Yes.
He had
I already
some
had
since
them.
the last fight when he wasn't there for it.
Yeah, yeah. But it's okay. You threw a bunch of fireballs at him, which is, also what you would want in spirit.
So, any questions about that session?
Didn't expect that.
Yeah, that was a lot.
That was fun though.
Yeah. You're a little past, like you're definitely past the midway point. I should say you're getting closer to the end of this particular little mini campaign.
Yeah, you gotta stop calling these one shots, Bird. You
I
really
didn't. I
do.
did not call this a one shot. I called this a mini campaign.
Okay.
Mini campaign is accurate.
I called our one shots, and those were.
I was promised a one shot.
I know. Do you want to do it on Thursday?
Yeah, that's fine.
Because I mean,
Oh,
you were supposed to be the first one last Thursday, and you just suddenly couldn't make it. So you know.
Okay, I'm sorry that all of a sudden I had a social life and then it went down the drain because it was the shittiest melting pot experience of my life.
sounds like you should have stayed home and played D&D
I
instead.
really
Yeah,
should have.
because I've got a really cool one shot prepared for you, and it would have given you some insight as to your meeting with your little entity as well. So
I just wanted to say that starting this next week, I'm only going to be able to make Mondays work. So if we have to miss a session, I won't be able to personally reschedule and join. But like, if you guys need to reschedule, like, go without me. I only have Mondays open now, other than Saturdays. But there's already the Saturday campaign.
we're at a point that I want to run a game without one of you. So if it is like that, we're just going to push it to the next week. We'll just skip a week.
Okay.
And I might use that day for like additional one shots if we're going to run with some of the other characters. Like I'd like to do one for Otto as well, because Snow was on vacation for that whole time. So
Yeah.
Wow, Snow having a social life.
Hey, excuse me. I was busy proposing.
grow.
Yeah, the difference is it went well for Snow.
True. Congratulations, Snow. Like I know I already
Yeah,
said it, but like
congratulations.
congratulations.
I didn't know that you proposed. What the fuck? How come you didn't say this to me?
Yeah, we were.
Wow,
we were at
sorry he
the-
didn't DM you
Yeah,
specifically that he was
seriously.
getting married.
Hey, Snow and I go way back at this point. All right, I should have fucking known. Am I invited to the wedding? What is going on?
I should have asked your blessing.
Yes. You need your DM's
Sorry.
blessing to get married, Snow. Don't you understand the rules of D&D?
Yeah, but
I already got best man, so
Oh,
we were
bullshit.
at the beach for like 6 days, and on the I think on the third day, my kid fell off and like kind of it didn't break her arm, but it was like a crack on one bone of the arm, so it kind of ruined the whole vacation
Proposal.
there.
That sucks.
No, that was
Yeah.
after. That was the day after.
Yeah. Shit
But yeah,
happens when you're on vacation.
are you specifically doing those on Thursdays? Because I work Thursdays nights.
No, I can do yours whenever.
Okay.
Like, as long as it doesn't conflict with like my IRL games or anything like that. But
Mm-hmm.
I'm in my like career downtime at the moment, so I've got like a couple
Bird,
months
where are those
before I.
hot pictures?
Oh, you know what? Let me see if I can just DM them to you. I tried to post them on Discord, and Discord hates fucking like actual photos from my phone. And even if I try to like screenshot those photos, I try to upload them, and it just sits like it's fully uploaded and it never goes anywhere.
I've definitely had that happen with images in Discord. Their
It's
whole
fucking annoying.
compression system sucks.
Yeah, it's really really annoying. And I've got like my fucking I have an S21 Ultra, and it's got this massive fucking like camera on the back of it, and it takes ridiculous pictures. And I can't like scale them down to a point well enough that Discord doesn't tell me to go fuck myself when I try to upload them. But yeah, I'm gonna upload them on a Google Drive. I have a Google Drive I can send you a link to. So you're good for Thursday, Siren, for your one shot?
yeah, unless you want to try to get Snows and mine on the same day.
You said you can't do Thursdays, right, Snow?
Yeah, I cannot.
What days can you do?
Wednesday.
Can you do Wednesday, Siren?
Hold on. I have to check what time my nail appointment is.
If not, it's like not a big deal if I just do you guys both like on your own, because I also have to do Varns.
Calm your memories.
I won't do any such thing.
My appointment is at 10 a.m. on Wednesday, so I would be okay.
Okay.
I should be done by hopefully at least 5 o'clock.
Okay, so we'll do Wednesday then. You
Okay.
guys, do you want to start at 7?
Sure.
Yeah, that's fine.
How long are you expecting to be the session?
I'm on vacation this week, so Snow can go first.
I can go first. Okay. I
Uh,
write them to be 1 to 2 hours long, but so far
Okay.
everybody has played them to be like 4 hours long, except for Spy, who managed to like
Damn.
really to like. Well, it's been 3 or 4 hours, but Spy's was
do I
only 2 hours.
do I need to get something ready in advance, or
No,
are you gonna come up with everything?
I already have.
Okay.
So yeah, on the day of, I'll give you some terms and conditions to it because it's going to be in your past.
Okay.
And I'm going to ask you to make a couple choices on that. But aside from that, you don't have to prepare anything. You can use your full character sheet. I'm not going to have you like reduce HP or anything like that.
Okay.
I'm just going to limit your spell choices.
Okay. Do I need to send you my character sheet?
I think I've still got yours.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's all good. Just show up. I might DM you actually some questions that I'm going to ask you to review for Otto's like past.
Yeah, sounds good. I when I made Otto, I didn't really make a lot of details on him.
Yeah, that's sort of what these one shots are designed for, is to give you guys a little more ability to work on your backstories.
Yeah. Okay. These one shots. See.
what do you mean by that?
Session 9.
This is not a
one.
no. I did not call this a one shot. I specifically go back in the fucking tabletop chat. I called this shit a mini campaign. This is a one shot. This thing that we're gonna have about Otto is a one shot.
Okay.
I think when Snow like conned me into joining, it was promised to be really short.
This is for a D&D campaign. This is short. We're gonna run like probably, what are we on, session 9? We're probably gonna run 12 games ish, maybe a couple more.
I think this is one of the longest D&D campaigns that I've ever been a part of.
Really?
Honestly.
Really?
Yeah.
9 games?
Yeah.
Oh man.
All of them, like, I think I've had one that ran for like a dozen,
we
but
ran.
we
How long did we
never
run
ever
in?
finished that.
We ran for like 3 months in Dawnbringers or so, like something, wasn't it? Longer than that, maybe? I forget.
No, that one didn't go for so long. No. I think we ran like 3 sessions before.
Oh, we ran more than 3. So I've got a ton
shit
of stuff.
happened.
Yeah, I've got a ton of stuff. I thought we ran more than that, but I don't know. Yeah.
Maybe we did a little bit more, but
yeah.
I don't think
I
we
thought
reached
we
9.
ran I thought we ran at least like 12 games. But yeah, I had to leave the whole group, so. But I had like, that was supposed to be like a year-long campaign. I had like a year-long campaign written and planned for that, at least. And that's, I think, after this one. Well, there's going to be a part 2 to this one, so I'd say for the next couple, like once we wrap this one up, we're going to do part 2 Strixhaven.
But yeah, when you asked, I'm looking forward for that. But I think when you asked that I was a little bit quiet, it's just like my character Otto here on the ship right now is like the only thing that he cares about is the
story.
Doing stuff right now,
Mm.
progressing the story. He was a little bit more involved when he with the band and stuff like that. That he kind of like, how can I put this? He had some interest in, but now like with Harmony's sword, he doesn't give a shit about it, honestly. So he just kind of feels without purpose other than going on with Savas' plan right now.
Well, you've got all your sort of returned memories about your past as well.
Oh yeah, he does want to figure out some things, but he's a little bit how can I put, disappointed with the fact that he had a role in keeping knowledge out.
Mhm.
And Otto is a person who likes to tell stories, like sharing stories and not keeping stuff out. So he's a little conflicted with that.
Okay.
But just as you said, that he may be doing that to compensate.
Repress.
Is that
Mm.
the right? Yeah, suppress. Yeah, that's the right word for
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, suppress, repress. Yeah. But yeah, and maybe when we run your one shot, we can give you a couple, like a little bit more connection to things.
I didn't catch up on everyone's one shots, and
I would say you don't have to, because there's a
is the,
lot.
Yeah, they're
that
pretty
is,
long.
this is
Yeah,
not
I think you
related
got
to
the
divisions right now.
important. I think you got the important bits from Mia's and Ashi's tonight.
Oh, so it is related to divisions that y'all saw on this session.
Yeah.
Yeah, so if you
we,
want direct like plot involvement, go watch Ashi's.
Which is the very
Ah,
And
first one.
Then if you wanted like the sequel, watch the Mia's and Ashi's.
okay.
the Mia's and Ashi's one ran like for 4 hours though.
Yeah, that's a good
You
long one.
can skip like the entire, so you start at the beginning and then skip a half hour.
Yeah,
And
you know that's about
I mean,
right.
honestly, today all we did was talk to Savaz and wait for Galen to arrive in 4.5 hours. So
Well, we started
not
late.
surprised.
We started like an
Oh,
hour
yeah.
late because we talked a lot about leveling up and things like that. So we actually didn't start till almost 8 o'clock Eastern.
It was only like a half hour later.
It was until like almost past 7:45 that we actually started playing.
Yeah, it was about an hour late.
Yeah,
But like we
was
also had
watching
like
it.
some of us that came in late too, so like
Yeah. But it was also, I wanted to make sure we went over like leveling and things like that, because that's also like important stuff, important info to have for playing, not just for this campaign, but if you ever decide to play D&D in the future, which I hope you all do.
I think
All
I
right,
will,
then.
but I think most of my games I'm gonna just do here because I know I like the people here. So
Hell
I'm just gonna throw away all my dice that I bought after this.
yeah, I
never
figured.
touch it again.
Yep.
Well, even if you didn't play the first Strixhaven, you're all welcome to join when we run that one. Like once we finish this, I'll do this. I'll probably take like a break for a month or two just to give myself some leeway, because like running these on top of my IRL games is a lot of work.
Yep.
But I love doing it, so I'm not complaining. I love doing it. I absolutely love doing it. It's good to give myself a break so I can catch up writing ahead for those other campaigns, and then jump back in. So once we finish this, I'll probably take like at least a month, and then we'll start up Strixhaven Part 2, which you're all totally welcome to. And then after Strixhaven Part 2, I'm going to run Part 2 of this Theros campaign. And then I'm going to talk to everybody about just actually running a like FC full campaign, like consistent campaign.
Like a long-term one.
Yeah. And if everybody, I've talked about it a couple times, and you guys seem more interested in that kind of thing.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
So yeah, we'll probably do that, and then I'll just like, maybe we'll take breaks from it and run like one shots or minis in between to mix things up. But for the most part, if we're gonna do a long form, that'd be cool. At that point, we can just like roll characters in and out if new people show up and want to play, that kind of thing. So yeah,
I'm gonna be so sad whenever it's finally time to say goodbye to Mia's.
you can always bring
Whenever
Mia's
we're
back.
done. Yeah, I know, but like,
Yeah.
it'll be sad.
Oh, it always is. It always is. Especially like I said, this is like a mini campaign. You've got so much time to experience the character, and you're shut down. But again, we're gonna have a part 2 to this, so depending on how you close things out, I've got a bunch of like theorycraft type shit of what I want to do with part 2, but I have to wait for you guys to make your choices and see how things end. But I definitely know that there's going to be a part 2.
All right, I'm gonna hop off. Good night,
All right,
everyone.
Snow.
Thanks for the game.
Good night.
Good night, man. Oh, let me turn the stream off. I always forget.